Hello.
Hi there.
How we doing? How is everybody today? Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Oh, I think I forgot to shut my door. I'll be right back.
Is our audio balance good?
I did not forget to shut the door.
Oh my
just
goodness.
Loud.
Yes, Tristan is just loud.
Hey there, Tallcat. Hey, MicroStudy, Jaleb, Amy.
Hi everyone.
Yes, I will not attempt to name everyone in chat, but hello to all of my favorites in chat.
Yep.
And also me.
Jay, Scott. Yeah. Got a lot of faces in chat. I like it.
Excellent.
Or names or what have you. We are welcoming grkles to the stream today. We're very excited. The plan for today is actually grkles will not really be solving with us. We are going to be solving puzzles by grkles while grkles hosts. You know, I always used to
grkles will tell us about the process of setting and give us gossip on each of the co-setters. So we'll tell us some little known facts that the setters would prefer not be public. that will add to the experience.
Yes, indeed.
I always used to say grkles, and now I say grkles because Simon and zetamath have infected me.
I do think that we've established that the correct pronunciation is grkles, but I could be wrong.
Did you just settle on the screen name before settling on a pronunciation for it?
I don't know that settling for a pronunciation has actually happened, so I think yes.
That does sound like yes.
Yeah, Micro's got it.
grkles.
That's sure. No, the correct pronunciation is as always fistamafel.
There you go. That works.
Yeah. There you go. Did everybody say our audio balance is good? Am I louder or quieter than Zeta and grkles? It's good. Perfect. Excellent.
This as an ASMR stream.
Oh, Jim says I'm a little louder, but lots of people say it's good, so I'm gonna call it.
I think Tristan is just in reality louder, and so I think it's coming across as louder because of that.
Jay,
that is my hypothesis.
Jay, that's amazing. Has anyone ever seen you and me in the same room at the same time?
I'm not sure that I have.
Yeah. Maybe we're the same person.
Possible.
I have had a lot of vocal training, so I tend to project.
I've finally learned to not stream like I'm teaching, so I shout less. It took a long time though.
That's sad. I was hoping for some shouts.
I should mention, by the way, I did post a new puzzle right before stream started today. LMD let me log in for the first time in 3 weeks or so this morning. So I posted a Renbon double arrow puzzle with 2 wonderful even squares that are wonderful elves that you can enjoy. It's called Alfonso and Lori, and it's on LMD and also linked in the zetamath Discord. So if you're interested in giving it a try, by all means, it should be less ridiculous than Berlin by a considerable margin.
Nice.
Hi, Ace of Spades. Always good to see you.
Obviously, Scott, you're going to need to be to pause now because you have to pay 100% attention to this stream.
I swear I've seen one of those, Jay. A 36 even square puzzle. I think I have seen one.
The real trick would be to set a 37 even square puzzle.
There you go.
Oh, I did not post in the Discord about... but first...
David has donated $6 in honor of grkles being here with us. So thank you, David. We'll get you a donation
very much,
dance.
David. The dragon is not going to come out because he's not disappointed about that at all.
By the way, we should be linking to your Patreon in the chat as well, right, grkles?
Yes. So my Patreon has been on a little bit of a hiatus, but I will be resuming. My plan is to resume today. So there will be more content posted on a regular basis beginning today.
And your
Excellent.
Patreon is... You can't type the link, but I can.
It's Sudoku Supervillain.
By
the way, you did not ping the Zetamath Discord to say that we were
streaming.
Right. Someone pinged me to tell me that.
I was just about to, and then we had a donation dance.
Woohoo!
Let me see. I need... need a link.
Yeah, I did watch a ChatGPT streaming Factorio earlier. That was quite notable. It was not as distinguishable from people I actually watch stream Factorio as one might hope for humanity.
Oh no!
Any idea whose mic is torturing?
It's me.
It must be Tristan.
This mic is like incredibly sensitive. I've been trying to I get stuff away from the mic.
Presumably, we could get you an actual mic.
Presumably, we could get me an actual mic. Yes, like, I could. We could get a second boom mic, since we're doing this more often. It would probably be worth doing.
Hey, Sarah.
But right.
Chat is. Are there still mic problems, or has it been resolved? Sarah, I will not be solving. I will be providing color commentary and background gossip and probably some heckling as well, if possible. Certainly,
I started this stream by just solving my own puzzles. I think my first puzzle took me over 2 hours to solve in my first stream.
Yes, it did.
I think I saw it still like in the top 10 longest solves on the stream.
Yes. Okay, Jim. Since you asked so nicely, I will heckle chat relentlessly.
There we go. That works.
Okay.
So would you like to explain the rules, Tristan? Or would you like to explain the rules, grkles?
Sure, I can explain the rules.
I was just thinking, do we have anything else to announce? Everything is going to be pretty normal on the stream for a little while. We do have another guest lined up, but we'll announce that in the future. And otherwise, it's just going to be me back on Tuesday and Zeta back on Friday. So let us get started.
Sure.
Can you clear off the rules so I can look at the grid?
Sure. Although then I can't see the rules. But I will slide the rules onto the screen while I am processing them.
There we go. Yeah, so we have essentially ciphered math racks here. So whenever you have a dot that is on the corner of 4 squares, then it applies to the diagonal pairs. And then if it's in between 2 cells, it obviously applies to those 2 cells. And so black cells are ratio dots. Black dots are ratio dots. White dots are difference dots. The gray dots are either white or black. In the case of the gray, G dot, that's going to apply to both pairs, whichever the relationship is.
So the dot is canonically white or canonically black, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The question mark is a difference. The question marks are difference dots, and whatever that difference is applies to both. But it must be determined what the value of that dot is. And then also we have the little corner marks there. Those are essentially givens, just ciphered givens.
Okay.
Gray on a quad is either black or white, and you just have to figure out which one it is.
It is only one
Yes.
of black or white.
It's an ambiguous dot, we should say.
And do we in fact have 10 letters that actually appear in the grid?
Yeah, you have 10 letters that appear either on a clue or as a given, or both.
I see. So there has to be a 0 somewhere.
Yeah, K could be 0.
But we need grkles to give us a bet tree before we declare.
No, K can't be 0.
That's
what
true.
digit is 0.
That's
yeah.
true.
Oops.
The
wrong button.
The bet tree, I would recommend, I think, maybe row 5, column 8. Let's try that one.
I think only G can be 0. No, G can't be 0. K can't be 0. What clue could possibly be 0? There can't be a difference of 0 in a row. There can't be a ratio of 0.
R?
Oh, R can be 0. Okay, R has to be 0. Right. Okay. That works. I don't know why, and all my scanning and attempting to find all the difference dots that overlapped borders, I missed it, but yes, so you can color that those cells are the same. As I believe this must be
I still have the micro-study colors.
And green for G is very, very pleasing to the eye.
So this is a G.
This is a G, that's correct. So let's see, what can we do with that? People are complaining you didn't link to the puzzle.
I did, I just forgot to pin it. So if I scroll up, here it is. There we go.
None of the ones on black dots can be 1.
Both diagonals, Jim.
Okay, J is looking at the box 1, which is 2 black dots with a ratio of A.
Why can't it be 3, Jay?
Yeah, I don't see why it can't be 3. But I agree A has to be 1, 2, or 4.
But not 1.
Sorry, it has to be 2, 3, or 4. And so you can write that into row 6, column 5 as 2, 3, or 4.
Yes.
And now if A is 4, oh no, if A is 4, that cell across from it is 1, and that's okay, I believe.
It's also worth saying, I think that the two of you have made this assumption already, but it is true that each letter applies to a different digit. That was
I suppose I just assumed that from the fact that you called it a cipher puzzle. But
yes, I did, but that was a question that was asked when this was posted in the series. So
Silva asks if a letter in the corner means it's given in that cell, and yes,
that is correct. Yep, it's ciphered givens. We could have put them in as like center marks or something like that, but we felt like this was the least obtrusive way of marking those without making it easy to read.
Yeah, I like it as like boldface light gray letters in the background is how I have done it when I have done that, but there's no perfect answer, of course.
Yeah.
Uh,
Micro, we didn't include a cipher table precisely to piss you off. So just so you know.
I'm sure it also upset KNT because KNT gets very upset when there's not a cipher table. That's just Navario, actually. So there's a
Yeah.
wide variety of
Yeah, we did that on purpose just to irritate people.
yeah, Y is also 2, 3, or 4, as Jay points out.
Do we have a Y corner mark anywhere? I don't think we do.
There are only 4 corner marks. You may, Kathy. You may indeed heckle me.
So row 7, column 5 is either 1 or 4 or 9. Those are the only options, I believe.
Okay.
Because it's either A times A or it's A divided by A. Those are the only options.
Yeah, if it's 3, it's 1 or 9. If it's 4,
yeah,
it's
and
1.
if it's 4, it's not 16. So yeah, so it's either 1 or A squared.
Well, it's not 16 with that attitude.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm trying to decide if the fact that there's a K in the box
Jay
is at all
says if
interesting.
this is 1, then K equals Y.
I agree with that. That's not going to work. It
That's
also
very
can't be
interesting.
9 because if it's 9, A and Y are both 3. So that digit's a 4.
Wow.
Well, it could be 9 going to 1 if Y is 9.
Well, Y can't be 9 because there would need to be 2 9-to-1 ratios in the box.
Yes, that is correct.
2 9-to-1 ratios. So we already have said Y is one of 2, 3, 4. But if that digit were a 9, I think we would have issues. And so it turns out that in fact A and Y are a 2-4 pair.
Then if this were a 9, then A and K would both have to be 3.
Right.
And Y. They would all have to be 3. So this isn't 1 or 9.
Yes, and so it is a 4, and so we get to bring out our
Hi,
friend
Ambrose.
Zach.
And now A is 2.
The 4 dance.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, A has to be 2.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you. The disappointed dragon is disappointed.
Yeah, he's disappointed in me for running interference.
And so now K is 1. Because it can't be a ratio of 2 with 4, and what other ratio are we going to do with 4 other than 4? So K is 1.
Maybe that one could be 16.
That's possible. It could be 16.
So G is 3 or 5.
That's correct.
So
and also those other 2 digits in that box have a ratio of 4 to 1, so they must be 2 and 8. Unless you want to try 3 and 12.
Sorry,
I'm excited about the possibility of 3 and 12, but I mean, don't let me.
In box 8, those 2 things on the black dot have a ratio of 4 to 1, so they must be 2 and 8.
Yes.
And we know the order.
So if G is 3 or 5, this is 5 or 7.
And R just is. Sorry, no, never mind. R is 0. We knew that R was 0. I was about to say that R was 2 because 3 and 5 are 2 apart, but that's not how the world works.
Robert, he's not sad. He's just disappointed. Oh, I was hopeful for that too, Josh. Luckily, there is a puzzle in this series which involves clues that are that have decimals, including repeating decimals.
Why can't there be a 3-6 on the black dot in box 1, Jay? Am I missing something? So L and S are also ratios, although I guess they're maybe not interesting ratios yet. Certainly you can corner mark 5, 7, 9 off the black dot in box 1, per J. Dyer's point.
What? corner mark all of these with 5, 7,
Yeah,
9?
those are 5, 7, and 9 are in there.
Gross.
Well,
I
at
mean,
least
you're
one of them has a difference of t with another digit. So keep that in mind. Let's see. What else can we do? Oh, we know that t is 5 or 7. Okay, so the fact that t is 5 or 7 is very interesting. So if t was 7, the only ways we could do it would be 1, 2, and 8, 9. So that would be a 1, 2, 8, 9 quadruple in that instance.
Does
Those
that
two
break?
cells would be a 5, 7 pair living on the outside. And then we'd have a 3, 6, and a 1, 2. That just works, unfortunately. I think I just outlined how to fill every digit in the box in a way that doesn't break. Unfortunately.
You did indeed. I won't
Uh,
say whether or not that's the correct way to fill the box with those digits, but it is true that does not break.
oh, okay, but Martin has it. The point is that there's more things with t's, and so those would be a 1, 2, 8, 9 quadruple that would go into box 4 in column 1, which won't work. So t is not 7, t is 5, and g is 3.
That's one of my favorite deductions in the puzzle.
Very nice.
Funnily enough, almost that exact deduction with almost those exact cells is in one of my recent puzzles that Tristan did.
Yep.
So yeah, so t is in fact 5. I love that, and that deduction. The like, oops, we'd have to put 4 digits in 3 cells if we did that. Is always a favorite.
Now we know
So
K
now-
is 1. Does that... There's a K over here. So we
So
know
it turns
it's
out
1.
it turns out that your way of pencil marking, like
we
filling
already
box
knew
1,
K was
did
1.
break, but not in box 1. It broke in box 4.
Right. Let's pencil mark the rest of box 8 since we've only got 4 digits left.
Yes, Garion. You can indeed put 0, 7 on a dot. And I don't know why they rolled it out, honestly.
Can you just pencil mark the rest of box 8, Tristan?
Sure. 2, 3. We have a 5.
You have a button that will literally do this for you in half a second.
Oh, well, I forgot because it was off the screen. There's like barely room for... Oh, no, I don't. It won't work.
Okay, well, it won't work. Darn. Well, okay, well, then you have to do it yourself.
Why won't it work?
5,
I'm confused.
6, because we haven't put the digits into the puzzle yet. 7 and 9. Yeah, it won't mark digits that aren't in the puzzle.
So what can blue be? We should probably also be keeping track of what blue can be.
Hi, Paris. Thanks for being in the chat.
Oh, enjoy Paris. So blue can be 1, but not 2, 3, 4, or 5. And then it can be 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, I think. And we just have to keep track of that as we go about our day.
And did you say not 8 or 9?
No, I said it can be 8 or 9. So Jay Dyer is looking at the question mark difference that has a 2 and a 5 on it and thinking about what those other 2 digits are going to be. And certainly the question mark is certainly at most 4. Because you can't get further than 4 away from 5.
Just to be clear for people who were following along, 0 is not a valid digit in this puzzle, even though it's a valid value for R.
Gary,
So the difference...
If T were 7, you would get 1, 2, 8, 9 in all of these cells. Because that's the only way you can fill a T difference. And so these 3 cells would have to contain all of 1, 2, 8, and 9.
Ah, yeah.
So back to the question mark. The question mark is 1, 2, 3, or 4, but it's not 3. So let's just write in the possibilities of what it could be. So if it is 1, then that cell is a 1 at the top, and that's a 6 at the bottom.
Yes.
If the difference is 2, it's a 4 at the top, and a 7 at the bottom.
Yes.
3 just doesn't work. And if the difference is 4, then it's a 6 at the top, and a 1 or 9 at the bottom. Okay, and we have identified, just to remind ourselves, we know that we know 2 and 3 and 5. And do we know 4? Yes, 4 is Y. Okay, so every digit that's left
Yes,
K
you
is
know 1,
1,
3,
remember.
4, and 5.
is 6, 7, 8, or 9, right? Because we even know what 1 is. So I think we
Doesn't
know
that mean
0
this
through
has to be a
5.
1?
I think so. That's what I was just trying to calculate in my head. Is I think the only letters we have left are 6, 7, 8, or 9. So I think that has to be a 1. And the digit below it is an L, I believe. Unless I am missing something. But K is 1, A is 2, G is 3, Y is 4, and T is 5. So yeah, so that's a 1, and it's an L below it.
Do you want me to write an L in here?
I mean, I do, but don't listen to me.
I mean, I would, but you know me and the
Okay.
letter tool. So blue is not 1. So you can update that appropriately. But now this difference of T is interesting, because that means we're 5 different. So this number is low. So this number is this number is 5 lower than L. So it's a 2, 3, or 4. For whatever that is worth.
Can it be a 3?
Then L would be 8. Ah, yes, it can't be a 3. Right. Okay. Yep. So yeah, so L is 7 or 9 only. J Dyer has added 5 to each of these numbers for us, which is much appreciated. However, there are no other L's in the puzzle, I don't believe. So knowing that L is 7 or 9 might not help immediately, but might eventually help. But we now know, of course, that this bottom difference of 5 only has 3 options, I suppose, at absolute maximum, and we can keep track of that as we go about our lives. Let's see, G is 3. I'm looking at that gray G dot now. No, look at the U dot in row 6. U is at least 6. So if there's not a 1 on this dot, the world is broken, because there's not a 2 or 3 on it by Sudoku, and you can't be 6 or more different from something if you don't have a 1, 2, or a 3. So that digit just is a 1.
And so this is a 6.
And so that is a 6. That's correct.
And so blue isn't 6.
Yep, and that digit, therefore, is 7, 8, 9 across the dot from the U. Secretly a high-low coloring puzzle. No one ever would have seen it coming.
Yeah, me setting a coloring puzzle?
It
Unheard of.
never happens.
Tyrgannus setting a coloring puzzle? Unheard of.
Indeed. So now I think we have oh no, not quite. Sorry, I was forgetting that L exists.
It's all part of my secret plan, Ambrose. Not so secret plan, I should say. Letters and colors. Oh my.
Let's see. I mean, I didn't have to touch it, so that helps a little. With the sting of using the letter tool.
Gary, and there are 25 digits that haven't been used yet, assuming that we're counting all letters as digits.
I agree with Martin. Actually, that can be a 6 because the ratio could be 6 rather than the difference. Let's see. So
Jim,
you can fill in the rest
do
of row
that.
7.
Jim, I use colored circles and X's over numbers when I'm solving all the time.
Zeta does. I don't.
Yeah, I love colored circles and X's. They're amazing. Row 7, you can corner
that's
mark.
That's a good
mark.
That's a good spot, Josh. But since I promised to heckle chat, how could you possibly think that? That is correct, Micro.
Does that get us? I mean, I guess it lets us say that there's only 2 places for 1 in box 9. The N. Okay, so the point is the N white dot needs a 2. That's the point. That's why the S dot is there. Because it can't have a 1 or a 3. So yeah, I saw that 1 corner mark and I was like, but it doesn't do anything. But it does do something, which is to say that this needs a 2 because, again, N needs to be large enough. And so now N is at most 7. And so N is 6 or 7, actually. If we want to try and keep track of what things we know. N is 6 or 7.
So this is 2 with 8 or 9?
Yep, it's 2 with 8 or 9. Right. And K, we remember, is 1, I suppose. So actually, we know where the 1 goes on the S dot now, because K is 1. So if you put a 1 there, you'd put a 2 there, and that would break. So that's the 1. That's the S. Okay.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
Let's see. So you can center mark that as S plus 1 or S minus 1 in row 4, column 7.
What?
Jay Dyer points out you also can't put a 2 in row 3, column 7 because that would require a 1 or a 3, and neither is allowed.
Nice.
Okay, so that's a 7, 8, or 9. And so there's probably some combo of S and N that's ruled out by this. But
that's Philippe with a really beautiful spot. Where does 5 go in box 7? Not on a T. So it goes in one of these cells. So where does 5 go in box 1? Not on a black dot. And not on a T. And not here because of this 5. So that's 5.
Got it.
Very nice.
That was a very cute spot. I don't know that it gets us anything, but it is very cute.
It got you a digit. I mean, that's something.
Yes,
that's 181st of the puzzle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1/80th of the entire puzzle. 1/81st, I should say.
Let's see. Okay, Carl says S can't be 9 anymore.
That's true.
You should just corner mark and center mark down down the bottom through box 9 what each of these letters can be. Because we just need to keep track of it, or we're never going to finish the puzzle. So just corner mark cells with each letter, and then write what they can be in the thing. So like S, I think is 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, the remaining letters are S, N, L, and U.
Okay, N is 7 or 8. No, sorry, 6 or 7.
We don't know U.
L is 7 or 9. And yeah, U is 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay, and so now we can actually conceptualize this because we can actually look at this list. And so if S is 9, then we put 2 8s in column 7 is J. Dyer's point. So S is not 9. Oh, we already ruled out that S was 9 somehow.
Oh.
Yeah, you made the those pencil marks after making this deduction.
Oh, very cute. S also not 8 because one of these is 8.
That's true. Yep. So we've got a 6, 7 pair in S and N. So that tells
L
us
is 9.
Yep, and U is 8. Yeah, L is 9.
U is 8.
Which unfortunately only tells us... Oh, no, it does tell us that that's an 8 in that cell because it can't be a 9.
Can't be a 9, so that's an 8.
Yep.
Okay, and do
Blue
we have
is
any
not
other
8.
user L's in the puzzle? I don't think we do, so I'm
Nope.
going to get rid of these.
That is fair. So blue is not 8. Okay, and so...
Yeah. We get our 4 here.
Yep.
I really Tyrgannus is one of my favorite setters to work with. I've done a bunch of collaborations with him. He and I approach setting puzzles pretty compatibly with each other, I should say. So like we have a tendency to spur each other on, and egg each other on. But this puzzle turned out surprisingly approachable for
for a collab between the two of you.
Yes. At least a 9x9 collab between the two of us.
Let's see. So let's just write in let's just replace the S with a corner marked S and actually center mark the possibilities for row 3, column 8. So corner mark the S and then write 6, 7 in there, because then we can actually write 5, 6, 7, 8 across from it, and then debate if any of these actually break. So if S is 6,
no, this is not 8. That's for sure.
Right, because there's an 8 in one of those other 2 cells. That's true. So yeah, so if S is 7, then that's an 8 and a 6. And a 9. That all sounds fine to me. No, there's a key point here, I think, is that I can't put a 7-9 pair in column 7. So what would give us a 7-9 pair in column 7? That's the one that we're not allowed to do. Work backwards. So I think the point is that cell just could never be a 7. Because if that cell's a 7,
This?
if that cell's a 7, then
Seven,
S is
6.
6 and N is 7, so that's a 9, and now you've broken blue. So that cell's never a 7, is the point.
Why is N 7? Do we know this is N?
It's because that digit is one different from S.
N and S
so
are a
S
6-7 pair.
Yes, and N and S are a 6-7 pair.
Right.
So that digit can't be 7.
And Garion says N can't be 7 at all.
So one thing that's true is either row 3, column 7 is 9, or row 3, column 8 is 7, right? Those can't be a 6-8 pair. And so whatever that 7 or 9 is, it goes in row 2, column 3.
Sorry, wherever. Which one is?
One of those two is a 7 or a 9. Whichever one is a 7 or a 9, that 7 or 9 goes in row 2, column 3.
So that's 7 or 9.
So that digit's always 7 or 9. That's right. And T is 5, and therefore that digit across the T from it. I think this is getting to Garion's point, but sort of piece by piece. Row 3, column 2 now is 5 different from that, so it's either 2 or 4. Row 3, column 2. 2 or 4. And so now we definitely need a 3-6 on the A, because we just can't get away without it. And in fact, actually,
we need a 1 on the A, don't we?
I don't think we necessarily need a 1, but we need we need a 4-8. We need a 4-8 on the A, because you can't have a 1-2 on the A at all. And that's the nail in the coffin of Garion's point. The 1 can't be on the A because it would go with a 2, and that would break because of the 1-2 in row 2. So therefore, this is a 3-6-4-8 is the point. You can corner mark it.
Or center mark it.
Sorry, center mark it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore,
these aren't 8, so these aren't 4.
And therefore, row 3, column 2 is a 2, and therefore that thing across from it, that 7 or 9, it's a 7. And remember, that cell is now the 7 or 9 from row 3, and so therefore S is 7. And N is 6.
So that's a 7, that's an 8.
Yep, and 7 goes with 6.
That's a 6, and this is a 9.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay. I think we boiled down Garion's point there. I think Garion saw that in sort of like one step, but
that's a 1.
Okay, and so there's 1 digit left. Let's fill in the 1 digit that's left in the box.
Oh, looks like a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so now 9 is 5 different from 4, so we can fill in the 4.
Very nice.
And the 4 goes with a 2.
No, it goes with an 8. But
sorry, it goes with an 8. Yep, close enough. Yep, close enough.
Yep, they're the same basically.
Yeah, basically. Okay, so that places 8 in box 7, which is going to give us a 3, which is going to then disambiguate a bunch of that stuff still. Bounce back up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now we probably just hit the mark button and then puzzle's got to be done.
Pretty close, yeah.
You got to delete the N.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. But it
And-
just got... Oh, yes, and get rid of the godforsaken
Oops.
tool that we'll never speak of again.
Okay.
And so...
Good to kind of go into beast mode
Yeah.
a bit. Let's see, what else have we got?
You know blue is 9 now. And so...
that's a
yeah,
6.
6.
2
let's
through
see.
pair gives us a 4. 2, 5, 7 gives us a 9.
9.
That's a
let's-
4. That's a 9.
Yep.
That's a 7.
That 5, 6
1,
pair looks
2.
down at row 7, column 9 if you want.
Micro, I have a Mathrax on LMD, so you're welcome to take that one on.
8, 5, 7.
You can always hit mark
1.
again if you want. Unless you view it as cheating to remark to clear up.
I
everything.
usually don't remark. But here I might.
So yeah, so
And
now
6 here, but
no 2 either.
2,
Yeah.
3, and 4.
7 in box 4.
5.
Yeah, the last 2 clues are the gray G dot and
Oh, we do in fact have a clue.
and there's also the white question mark up
Ah,
next to,
yes,
between
okay, that's
box 1 and box 2.
That's true. We do actually have clues.
G is 7.
Nope, G is 3.
G is 3. So that had better be a 3 with a black dot.
Yep.
So that's a 2 and that's a 6.
Yep.
Now the question mark is 1, so that's an 8.
We probably could have aggressively pencil marked that G much sooner.
Yes, you could have.
I'm not sure it would have done any good, but we could have.
I mean, honestly, the best thing to do would have been to use to do colors for everything.
That's true. That's probably.
I have acquired a dog. Hold on one.
Excellent.
That's an 8. Puppers.
Here we go.
Yeah, puppy. That was very nice. Definitely reminiscent of was Death the name of the cipher that you and
Yes.
Tyrg made
Yes, it
that I
was.
did on stream some time ago?
Mhm.
Although that I recall feeling that one was not as difficult as the hype behind it made me believe, but
No, it wasn't. But we had said it before outside ambiguity puzzles really became more commonplace. So we didn't have a good sense of how difficult the community would think it was.
I do love a good ambiguity puzzle. Alrighty, quick break, and then we can come back and do another puzzle, whichever one is up next.
Yeah.
Yep. So
all right, see everyone shortly.
Yep, be right back. Hello, everyone. We are here with The Expanse by PjotrV and grkles.
Yeah, and for those of you asking, this is Pippin. He is a 6.5-year-old Aussie Doodle, so a mix between Australian Shepherd and Poodle.
Adorable.
Yeah, and he's named after both The Hobbit and the musical.
Ah, excellent. Okay.
I'm not sure row and column labels here are useful.
Not particularly, no.
Do we want
So
to
shall
put a
I?
bet tree somewhere?
Yes. I think a good bet tree is, let's say, row 7, column 1. He is beautiful, and he would like me to tell you that he loves each and every one of you equally, and will
Aw.
happily bark and jump up and lick your face if you come and visit him. And he looks forward to that day.
Alrighty. Do we want to go over the rules?
Sure.
Yes.
All
So,
right, I'm gonna put the dog down.
do you want to go over the rules, grkles?
I'm happy to. So this is a chaos construction. So we're going to be creating 9 cell regions in this grid, which will act like an irregular Sudoku. And to help us do that, we also have a star battle. So you're going to have 2 cells designated as stars. They can have different digits, but yeah, 2 cells designated as stars in each row, column, and once you figure out where they are in each region. And those stars can't touch each other even diagonally, so they have to be separate from each other.
Yep, standard star battle stuff.
Yes, and the clues outside the grid give, so the shaded clues give the sum of the cells up to the first star that's seen in that direction, not including. There's no restriction on what region those digits have to be, just up to the first star. And then the unshaded clues give the sum of the non-star cells in the same region as the first star that's seen in that row or column. They don't have to be contiguous. So you could have like a gap with another region and then another cell, but all of the cells in that, all of the digits in the stars region that are not star cells themselves, sum to the unshaded clue.
Okay. As MicroStudy says, yes, please do take a moment to like the stream. It helps us out. And as Jim says, the shaded 2 looks interesting.
Yep, because I think it just gives us a 2, right?
Instant digit dance.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Woo!
Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And you can use an X to put a star next to the 2.
Yes.
Or an O, actually, because we probably want X's to be not a star.
The dragon is not disappointed with that clue. The dragon likes this a lot.
I would use a gray because we're going to have X's all over the grid.
He's
it's a little less oppressive.
Jim,
So
the dragon is
X's in every
disappointed.
cell it borders it.
Yeah, dragon.
Oh,
Jim, the dragon is disappointed that you thought he would be disappointed at that digit.
Can't we just like? Ugh.
No. No, we can't do a star battle and not mark what cells we know aren't stars. That is not an option.
You will be able to delete the X's at some point, so don't worry too much.
Okay, so the 9 we now know what it does in column 1. Yeah, that's what I was encouraging him to do, Silva. But the 9 can now only work one way because it's up to the first star, and we've got a whole bunch of none stars. So we now know where another star is and where a 9 is.
Let's
Because
yes.
if you don't put a star there, then this 9 sum is 4 cells long. Okay, and so we can expand our x's ever onward.
Yes, microstudy. He says none instead of non. Now the 11.
Yes, very good point. Yep.
So
Very
then
nice.
Well spotted.
star there. X is here.
And we certainly know there's a lot of x's before the 26. Because 26 needs to be at least 4 long, and so it must be exactly 4 long.
So that's a star.
Yep.
These are not stars.
We get to talk about covering things with 2x2s soon, I'm sure. Certainly, like, you can put x's in front of everything that has a clue, at least. So, like, the 6, is at least 1. The 18 is at least 3. The 21 is at least 3.
Sorry, what? Where? What?
Looking down. So let's just go
Ah.
around the gray clues. The 25 is at least 4.
5.
The 18
21.
is at least 3. Okay, we can go that direction if you want. 21 is at least 3. 18 is at least 3. I'm going in a very random order, but that's okay. The 6 is at least
The
1.
21 at the bottom is an unshaded clue, so that doesn't.
Oh, sorry, no,
doesn't
the
work that way.
21's not a clue at all. That's right. Okay, and so now we have to talk about checkerboards in rows 2 and 3, because the point is we can every 2x2 can have at most 1 star, and so we can cover these cells that need to have 3 stars. We can cover them in 3 2x2s. So every 2x2 must have a star, and in particular, row 3, column 5 is a star. I'll let Tristan sort of highlight that carefully and explain it.
Okay, so we need 3 stars in these cells, but each 2x2 can have at most 1 star. This is a 2x2, so it can have at most 1 star. This is a 2x2, so it can have at most 1 star. And this is a 2x2, so it can have at most 1 star. But we need 3 stars, so that has to be a star.
Which is very handy. And so we can gray stuff around. We can actually also X lots of stuff. Well, I was going to say we can X lots of stuff from the 6th clue, but we actually can't X lots of stuff from the 6th clue.
And
now that we have this,
we have this little X-wing on stars.
Yep, we have a nice little X-wing on star.
So this certainly can't be a star.
Right, that certainly can't be a star, that's right. And so that gives you the star in the row.
Very nice.
And so those are a 1-5 pair, and you can place 2 more stars and do lots of Xing.
Yeah.
You'll get digits in a little bit. I would suggest just continuing with the stars for efficiency's sake, because we'd like to be able to remove all of the X's.
So that's a star, and we get X's Here,
You're missing.
that's a star.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Micro. I look forward to the medium gray circle.
Yes, you you will have your medium gray circle soon.
It's
You're
in the
missing
mail.
2 in row 5. So that places all the stars in row 5.
Oh, that's cute.
And so that's all of them in row 9 now, and we get to now place a star in row 6. Sorry, by row 9 I meant column 9. But now that has to be a star, the one you were over, row whatever that is, column whatever that is. The one that has to be a star has to be a star. Because otherwise we couldn't fit 2 in the row, and we're supposed to fit 2 in the row. Column 8, now there's only one way it could possibly ever work.
Oh, yeah.
I really enjoy the fact that this puzzle starts with almost entirely regionless star battle.
Yeah, 9 by 9 just is the tiniest bit too small to have interesting star battle deductions.
Mhm.
So it's like
So what we did was made the interesting
starting
part.
a puzzle with it is fine.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying that that you can't or that this won't be a good puzzle. I'm just saying that like it's just so restricted. You're just like you're like 1 or 2 dimensions away from having all the freedom in the universe.
Right.
But it's like loops in 9 by 9 are just like so restricted. But then if you go up 1, then suddenly there's a sort of combinatorial explosion.
Yeah. The what we were able to do is you can place all the stars, but you don't know where the regions are. So we get to draw in the regions, and that becomes
which is going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to work at all, because it does not sound sensible.
Star
in
these cells, so no star in these cells.
Correct. And so now you can do exactly the same thing with those 2 cells in row 7. One of those 2 is a star, and so therefore
anybody who bet X for that tree is correct.
Which places a star in row 8. And so now you can X sum in row 9, because you know one of those 2 is a star. Okay. So we are... and now we have exactly the same trick as before on row 7, column 3. Row 7, column 3 can't be a star because of the X-wing on stars that it's touching.
Very cute.
The rule on inside sums is we're not allowed to think about them yet, because we haven't yet removed all of the X's. And we're encouraged to remove all the X's before we thought about sum stuff.
Yeah.
And so that resolves the star battle, and then you can get rid of the X's.
It does indeed. You don't need to put in an X there. You can just put in the star, because you're going to delete all the X's now.
Yep. Which unfortunately there's not an efficient way to do yet in
you can
Sudoku Pad, but I would love for there to be one, but
just highlight everything and then unselect the circles.
I would not call that an efficient way to do it.
Well, you have to click fewer, or actually click on all the circles and then invert your selection. That was the command that Tristan learned while solving evolution.
Yes.
And then if you're in pen tool, you can just delete the pen marks. And there you go.
Command H, J Dyer.
I thought it was I. Command I.
Oh, it's Command I.
Or Control I on Windows.
Yes.
Okay, so now you can write in the 1, 5 in row 4 for the 6th clue. And now I bet if we think about what this inside clue means, we know that can't possibly be a 1. But maybe not. But we have this 1 clue in column 8 that says that the sum of all the non-star digits in the same region as that first star is 1. And so we have to ask ourselves if it's possible that that cell is the only cell in this region in this column. And I guess it's possible, at least vaguely.
Jay is right about boundaries.
Yeah, the zeros are
First
handy.
of all, I'm going to bound the grid.
Good.
And these.
Mm-hmm.
That's certainly, well, that's all we get for now, but
So I think we can do a, like, you can't build a region that's hemmed in by the thing trick with row 2, column 1.
look, this is very important in column 8. This star is way far down the column. We have to make these sum to 21, and there's only one way to do that.
Oh, hey, that's a gray clue. I didn't even realize that 21 was a gray clue. Yep. But I can get you a digit if you look at the weird thing has to happen, kind of, at least.
What?
So 7, 8, 9 for the rest of column 8.
Yeah, but that's going to mean a really interesting stuff for the one clue.
It's going to get us a boundary, for example. Between
it will indeed.
row 9 and row 8.
Yes.
So let us look at row 2, column 1. That region needs to take a 1 in this column and no other digits in this column. If that 1 is not immediately below it, then we have to build a region inside a region, and you can't do that against the border of a chaos construction puzzle.
Right.
In a 9 by 9.
Not a 9 by 9.
Right. That is many too many digits. So the 1 goes immediately below it, and those two are in a region. We need to give it a color and some, well, we at least need to give it some boundaries. Whether you give it a color or not is, I suppose, purely up to you.
I don't
know. That's not optional. You must give it a color.
I was going to give it a color.
I know Chad is always really gung-ho to give things colors. And so the 2 now has to get out, and the 9 has to get out. And therefore, those two are different because they both have 2s. Alrighty. So now we know that those 2 and 9 in row 1, they do not join the circle because of that 10 clue. As Carl says, 9 plus 2 is greater than 10. If that, if purple took that, it would be a problem. So now purple goes down, which is then going to force all kinds of geometry stuff. I'll let you chase.
So purple goes down, so green comes out.
So purple comes out. And now we actually have that region. Can get a color.
Which region?
Row 1, column 3.
Yeah.
We now want to chase row 1, column 3 out. And so remember, blue cannot leave the border and come back. So blue needs to take 2 more cells in row 1. In order to possibly have the none star blue cells sum to 10.
I agree.
Jay Dyer pointed that out, by the way. I was just copying.
Now blue has its stars as well.
Yep, so blue has its stars.
Indeed.
Oh, if this is a 1, these must be a 7, 8, 9 to satisfy the 25 clue.
That
points
is true.
Carl.
I really like
J-Lib.
this puzzle.
Very wise. This is quite cute.
So we have to get, in this column, the 1 has to be in this region, and so there's...
Carl points out that the 26 clue in row 1 is 5, 6, 7, 8 because it doesn't have a 9.
Oh, so this is 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep. Very nice. And so that's a 6 in particular.
Well, it could be a 5.
Oh, sorry. It's 5 or a 6.
Mm-hmm. And that
blue can't take
Yep.
2 5, 6, 7, 8s. So blue ends, and blues can't have a 5 in it. Well, but blue can't take any more cells in row 1, I mean, because the blue cells in the row sum to 5, or sorry, sum to 10. And in particular, that cell can't be a 5 or an 8. If it were an 8, it would require a 2.
So
and
this
so
is
that is a 3 or a 4.
Or a 3.
Yep. And let's just fill in the rest of the digits in the row while we're at it, because we know that they are whatever they are. 3, 4,
and 1.
and 1. Okay, yep. Okay. Could it be a multi-digit sum, Jaleb? I think we could sum 9 in row 8 in a couple ways, because I think it could be a 2 or even a 3-digit sum if I'm understanding.
Martin with a good point that if green goes to this cell, it breaks the 4 clue.
That's true. That's a very good spot. So green does not go to that cell. And so that cell can get a color.
Yeah, this is a new region.
And it's going to chase the blue down.
Yep, so purple comes here and blue comes here.
Mm-hmm.
And this cell
1, 3, or 4. Yep.
Okay. And green must escape.
Yep.
Yes.
That's true. Which then makes pink escape. Woohoo! More chasing. Okay, we don't seem to have any clues in the middle. Okay.
And the shaded clues don't say anything about the regions, do they?
No.
I do not believe they do.
Okay. Just making sure.
Might be worth noting that pink has no stars in it and 5 cells already.
Oh, that is very interesting.
So it has to get to 2 different stars.
And it's definitely not taking the one in row 2. So it probably only can take those 2.
So it definitely takes this one, I think.
Yeah, this is one
whatever
of those,
else it takes. If it doesn't take this one,
I mean, it just
it's
needs
screwed.
to take those 2. There's only 2 it can possibly take.
Yes, Robert. Each region has exactly 2 stars.
Right, because if it takes this one, it cuts off blue. So
that is correct.
So we actually get to finish pink this way.
Yeah. And I've taken in this point to just drawing it in and just claiming it confidently and knowing that chat will correct me if actually it could wiggle in some way or another, rather than talking about it when we make these kinds of deductions. So
Hi, Peter.
I would just draw it in and put a border on it and see if anyone complains.
I can confirm that this is the only way to do it. Hi, Peter.
Excellent. Alrighty, and now green escapes a lot, and purple then has to escape, and blue has to escape, all sorts of things.
Green escapes, purple escapes, blue escapes, and we can draw in borders.
And green now is having to get a second star, and green only has 2 cells left. So we don't know it how, but we know what star green takes. Green has to take that one. Purple can't go down further, Jay Dyer points out, because if purple goes down further, we need to make a too many digit sum to 4. And in fact, we know it's a 1-3 now. Good spot, Jay. It's a very cool rule set. I like this rule set a lot.
Yeah.
I do.
And so that stops.
So-
And so purple goes here. Okay, and so now we do know what green does.
Yep.
Yeah,
And so green's done.
One,
I will say
goes
that
down.
4, 5, 6,
that Peter had come up with the idea for doing a Star Battle Chaos construction and left it up to me to figure out what rules to use to implement that. So this is what I came up with, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. Wasn't
Purple
sure.
can't go
Can't
down
be-
for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
Because
And this
if
can't
purple,
be anything but blue.
and purple can't go down because purple already has 2 bombs, or because it would create a region of size 8, or whatever other reason. So draw a border on the bottom of purple. And so now blue needs to take row 9, column 3 in order to get to 9 cells, but therefore it takes all of them and is done. Because nothing else can take any of those. Okay.
No, Jay. The star positions were all forced very, very quickly. Just like in the solve, and then we built the regions using the clues afterwards.
Okay, we're getting dangerously close to the point where I need to have a clue. Oh, we have a just given 9 from the clue in row 8. And so now the question is the purple 9 forced where I think the purple 9 is forced? Or can purple get a 9? How many cells does purple have?
7.
Purple still has enough wiggle room. I think it can get a 9.
In row 9.
Yeah, probably. Notice, by the way, pink already has a 9. So actually that places the 9 in green. So purple's not going to get the 9 where I thought it was. So purple
but it
now
could still get it in any of these cells.
Yes, I think that is correct. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any other irregular geometry. Blue definitely takes row 2, column that one, and so it takes the one to its left as well.
Yep.
Because otherwise it would be cut off.
Nice, Jaleb and Carl.
And it can't come right from there, so it has to go down again.
People are asking where 9 is in column 4. And that is a very good question because of the plethora of 9s that we were just dealing with. It is only in row 9 because it's in all the other regions. It doesn't tell us that 9 is purple, unfortunately, but hey, it's a 9. 181st of the way there. Or I guess in this puzzle, there's like more than 81 things to discover. So
Yes.
it's probably like more like 1/250th of the puzzle. But hey, still,
Carl
we'll take
points out that places a 9 here as well.
That's very handy.
So that's probably evidence that this is purple. I think now this has to be purple.
I think that is now forced to be purple. Yes, where does 1 go in blue, asks D-Web. Light blue, yeah. And there's a 1-3 pair in column 2 as the key point. Good spot to D-Web there. And so that looks up in places 1 in row 1. I hope a digit can appear in a star more than twice, because I don't think I recall a rule about the stars being
Yeah, there's no restriction on what digits are in the stars.
That would be hellish to set with, if you were trying to make it so that each star showed up as
That
a
would
digit twice.
I think
yeah,
there's
that would
probably an
probably
argument to be made that this can't possibly be a 1. But
I mean, I tried to make that argument a long time ago, but I am not 100% sure.
that's correct, Jay. They are restricted to the numbers 1 to 9.
And only the integers even.
Yeah, we definitely felt, restricted by that while setting it. It made it a lot harder. But we just did that for the solvers, really. We were looking out for all of you. The 10 clue in row 3
blue
is
can't
interesting.
possibly take, that I was exactly going to say that. Blue can't possibly take row 3, column 7 because of the 10 clue. Because if blue does, the 10 clue can't get to 10 because it can only be 1 digit.
right. Right.
And
Okay.
so in fact, actually, then we get a square region from that, actually. So we get a nice little 3x3 because now the 10 clue is forced exactly what structure it looks like, and it takes the rest of the corner with it. You can decide if this region deserves a punishment color or not. Oh, you gave it a red. How kind of you. And you can give a color to this region that's escaping from row 4, column 7 now.
Yes. So this, how many cells do we have left here? And then this gets a color.
Now we do know that this is the most tiny of deductions. We know the 5 in row 1 is in red, so the other digits in red can't be 5.
Right, and this one couldn't be 5 anyway.
That's true. In fact, actually, there's a 7, an 8, and a 9, so the only way that works is as a 4-6 sum, which is huge. That's beautiful.
Wait, what?
The 10 clue. It's a 2-digit sum to 10 in a row where 7, 8, and 9 are gone. So that's a 4-6 pair.
Oh.
And so that's going to do a lot.
It will indeed.
So that's a beautiful. 5 now.
Yep.
That is a 1, which is highly interesting.
Yep. Don't forget the 6 in the row, in row 1. Goes there because it doesn't go in red, because red already has a 6. And so that's not 4 or 6 or 1.
So that is a 4 now.
Yep.
So this is in the same region as this.
Yep. So I bet it's going to be a staple.
So they get a new color.
Yep, and you can draw a boundary under the 1.
Right.
And yellow then is going to have to escape down, all the way down the column, so it's going to take the entirety of column 9.
Yes, it can't leave the column.
Right, because it can't break into column 8 anywhere. And then yellow is still short a cell, so it's going to finish right there. Gorgeous.
And that's 9?
I think so.
We really wanted to include at least one remote region sum there.
We know where the 1 goes in column 9 now, if you want to do ridiculous stuff. So we have that. Let's see. Yes. D-Web asked where the 9 goes in red. This is a very gorgeous puzzle, by the way, to the both of you. So that's a 2 or a 3. there in row 3, column 9, just to finish off the region. And that 2 or 3 goes in row 9, column 7 in yellow. Okay. Ah, yes, the 21 clue in column 6 is forced. Chat points out all of those need to be in it because you can't get to 21 in.
So this is well, it could be orange. Could it be orange, or does that isolate cells? No, I think
Also,
this
that would
needs to
put
be a
3
new
stars.
region.
That would put
This
3
needs to
stars.
be
We
a new
technically
region.
don't need both stars. So we know one of the stars at least is green, but
This
we don't
is
know
green
which.
for sure. We don't know if this is
Oh, right.
green.
We don't know that that's green, right? So
This
it's
is
possible
definitely
that green is orange and this goes around in some sort of complicated way. In fact, we might count colors and figure out that we actually need these to be the same because let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay,
I
if
think
these
if
two
green
are
wants to
different,
be
then it's all
orange, it does this.
which looks perfect.
Yep. But we do need this to be blue and blue finishes.
Yep.
So now I don't think this can be anything but green.
Yeah, if that tries to be anything but green, it's going to escape in a way that wrecks green. And likewise, the cell below it, actually.
2, 3, 4. Look, this. If we count cells, this is 8 cells in here. That is not good.
If you want to use it, you can use it.
The other way to look at that is purple only takes one more cell.
Purple only takes one more cell.
That's what I was going to slowly argue. But if you want to just use it, you can use it.
I think you can see it both ways. So this is green and orange.
I don't
definitely.
think here's a way I drew it and it didn't work is not a proof of anything. But if you want to use it, you can use it.
The way that I thought about it is counting cells in columns 5 and 6. Purple can only take 1, and that leaves 9 more cells in columns 5 and 6.
Well, look, if green wants to be orange, these 2 cells need to connect. Because they're the only 2 stars left in the puzzle. So green would have to go around.
Right. But green being orange would require green to take 2 cells out of columns 5 and 6. And there's no way to do that without having one cell either having a region either be too small or too large.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am convinced of it.
So green, not orange.
Green is not orange.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have all our colors. And so you can make lots of arguments on the basis of the fact that we have all of our colors. Like the fact that row 4, column 6, and 7 are automatically green.
What?
Sorry, not row 4. Sorry, column 5, rows 6 and 7 are automatically green.
Right, nothing else can get here.
Right. And
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now green can't get to this star, so green has to take this star.
Mm-hmm.
I know where the 9 goes in this 21 sum, because the 21 sum doesn't have a 6, so it can't be 6, 7, 8, so it has a 9, and we know where the 9 is. And so we currently know the location of every digit in green, because that's a green-purple pair at the bottom.
That's a 9 by irregular.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what?
It's a green-purple pair at the bottom of there, so green is done once you consider that.
Yep.
And so that finishes orange. Because purple only has one more cell left. Pater. And
Sayori points out that 1 is here by irregular.
So that gives us a 3 and a 1 by Svenning.
Yep.
And probably there's one more 9 in the entire grid.
We haven't put a 9 in yellow, and it goes... Whoops. My mouse skipped. It goes here.
Yep.
And this is a 10 clue.
So that's a 7 or an 8. Gives us a 7-8 pair in yellow. We can start chasing that 7-8 from row 1, column 7 if you want to start doing the like XOing to chase. What digits are the same? Yeah, I think we might be coloring 7s and 8s. It's possible.
I don't think you need to, but like other than the really intuitive coloring of like you have a 7-8 pair in column 9, so that row 1 column 7 and row 9 column 9 are the same. Like I don't typically color pairs like that. So I don't think you need to do anything more complex.
Fill in the rest of the digits in blue.
See, we need a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
That's a 7 or an 8.
And now we can't use both 7 and 8 in column 6 in blue because we need a 7 or an 8 to finish our 21 sum. Because remember, our 21 sum is a 9 plus a sum to 12, which is always either 5, 7, or 4, 8. So therefore, that sells a 7, 8.
And so these aren't.
Yep. It gives us a useless Jovi wing. Oh, and so now the 5 is there, so it's not 5. It's not 5, 7. The sum to 12 is 4, 8. And so you can fill in the 4, 8 in green.
Sum to 12. What sum to 12?
21 minus 9 is 12.
For the 21 clue in column 6. So you know that row 7 column 6 and row 9 column 6 are a 4-8 pair to make that 21 sum work.
And we even know what the order of the pair is. So yeah, so those are a 4-8 pair, and we know the order because there's a 7-8 pair looking at it in row 9.
I'm finally on board.
Okay. So what are the circles in column 6?
Never mind.
They are a 1 and a something. 1 and a 3, I think. So what digits are left in green now? The digits that are left in green are 2, 5, 6, and 7. And so, in fact, actually, all of those digits, 2, 5, 6, and 7, they're all in column 5. So therefore, you can actually pencil mark row 3, column 5, and it can't be very many things. So it can't be 1 by the row, can't be 2 by the column, could be 3. It can't be 4 by the column. Sorry, it can't be 4 by the row, can't be 5, 6, or 7 by that, can't be 8 or 9 by the row. It's just a naked 3.
That's cool. So that gives us a 2 and a 3.
The much more elegant way to say that was said by Carl, which is that was the only place for 3 in column 5 because every other region had a 3. And so the point is now where does 4 go in the column? And so 4 goes there and is purple, is pointed out by several people in chat.
So that's green, and we can finish our regions.
Woohoo!
Region dance.
Woohoo! Fill in the last 2, 5, 6, 7 there at the bottom.
Well,
It's
2, 5,
not a
6.
7. Well, I always say fill it in and then say, and it's not A, is my usual.
That's fair.
Okay, where's 2 in column 7? We know because 2 in orange. 2 is already in orange, so 2 is there. Let's see.
And you do have that 10 sum in row 9.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Okay, good. Eight in purple is in one of those 2 cells. I'm guessing is why you have them highlighted.
Yes.
Which resolves the 7 and 8.
Oh no, I just realized the bet tree got deleted.
Oh no.
Oops.
I believe it was row 7, column 1 was what I had said. Oh, hold on. My dog is barking. Give me 1 sec.
Oh no.
Somebody could go back in the stream and see where the
You can
row
fill in the
7,
rest of
column
the
1.
digits in pink at the top left.
There we go.
4, 5, 6, 7.
This is a naked 6.
And this is why we have these consultations. 6 is now done in the region stage. 6 is actually taken out of all of those. And so now row 2, column 1 is just naked. It is a 6. You can fill in the rest of yellow while we're looking for random nakeds. 3, 4, 6.
Definitely, Michael. It was about whatever digit you bet. It was definitely not that. That's what you
6
said,
in
right?
light blue.
Yep. Beautiful. So there's already a 6 in column 1.
Right.
Well spotted, Jay. So that bounces over across the row. Now the row only has 1 digit left, and that digit is a 3, I think.
In the corner.
Do 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 do.
4 in column 2 can't go in purple.
Yes, very good.
Thank you,
Fill in
Carl.
row 4. 3, 4, 8. Well, that was immediately
only
useful.
That can be the 3. That's an 8, and that's a 4. That's not an 8.
Okay, so what is that digit? I think it's a 5.
Left in purple.
2, 6, 7. Fill in the rest in lime. Lime is missing 2, 3, 5, 8. Three in row 8, Sarah points out, is placed.
Wait.
Oh, wait, maybe not. I think there's 2 places. Tragedy.
At this point, I think it's probably worth looking at the last clue.
Oh, there's a clue.
Mm-hmm. It is the 18 in row 6.
So those 2 add to 9. Yep. So that must be a 7, a 5, or a 3 just by the clue, and can only be a 7.
7, and that's a 2. That will. So that's a 6, 3, 8. 1,
Yeah, it's
3.
something I like to do, Jay, to have clues in the puzzle that will trick you by their existence.
That is a good way to get me. It gets me every time.
Yeah. Sometimes I even make them digits, which is really, really evil, I know.
So now that 2-5 pair sees row 7, column 3. So row 7, column 3 can't be a 2. If we want to use like things that are gigantic and I'm sure completely unnecessary at this point.
It's just a 6.
Now I think you can hit the mark button and have it be helpful.
Oh, jeez. Maybe not.
I liked it.
That was fun, but yeah.
So fill in
1, 4, and 5 for that column.
Yep. So those are all resolved.
5, 4, 1. It's a 2. That's a 5, 7, 2.
Yes, you could have selected the grid and marked, but
yeah.
Tristan is very, very mark averse today for reasons I'm not quite sure, but maybe there was a traumatic experience in the evolution stream that I missed or something. Although I watched most of the evolution stream.
Given. No, there was no traumatic experience.
And this digit is a 7, I believe.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to all the 7 bettors out there.
Yeah.
May all your betting tree wishes come true.
Indeed.
That was delightful. I really enjoyed that one.
I knew you would.
YouTube is yelling at me to insert an ad. It's like, no.
We don't do that around here.
Our other channel is ad supported. This one we don't do midstream ads.
I really liked the idea of drawing the regions around the stars as opposed to placing the stars in the regions.
That was very cute. I've certainly never done it in that order before.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some like the little pink one I liked where it was sort of like forced by where it had to pick up its stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And that was the first region that we finished.
I think that's right. I also liked how the square region was just sort of instantly forced all at once by the 10 clue. That was also very cute.
Yep.
And that sneaky 1 clue that have to get a digit from far away.
Yep, I was eyeing it suspiciously because I was like, I can't quite prove that this is not the one, which makes me suspicious because it's a grkles puzzle that perhaps it is going to get the 1 here.
Yep.
Need something pathological in there.
Indeed. Though I will say that the idea of doing that was Peter's idea. I just happened to find the way to...
You were just an enabler, not
yes.
a instigator in this particular instance.
Yep. The thing that forced that 1 there was the 21 clue, actually. Peter placed the 1 and said, can we find a way to make that 1 far away? And I said, sure, here you go.
Nice.
All right. Well, shall we take a quick break?
Quick break.
Yep. Sounds great.
All right. See you soon. Hello, everyone. I'm actually going to run away and finish making some tea, but we're going to next up do this Tallcat puzzle that is region sum lines and numbered rooms.
Yes. So I
Uh,
know, Zeta, that you and I have basically the opposite opinion on numbered rooms.
I do believe that I originally, when I was doing my tier list, I put it in garbage tier, and then I decided that was slightly unfair because there was some other things in garbage tier that I liked less. So I moved it up to the like whatever the maybe even more insulting tier that's like just a step above garbage tier.
Right.
Uh,
um, are, how do you feel that way about most indexing?
Yeah, it's indexing is the problem. I think numbered rooms is probably, of all the types of indexing, I think numbered rooms is probably the best because it's the most flexible. But
Mm-hmm.
I'd say like almost every indexing deduction is case checking. And it's like there just are almost no puzzles with indexing where there's a really interesting piece of logic that results from indexing that isn't just, oh, I checked the cases and this can't be a 7 or 8 because this and that sort of thing. And then there's the 159 trick where it's like the high mid low thing. I think indexing is just a very, very shallow genre. But I have seen now and then puzzles where people really do something interesting by combining it uh with exactly the right other thing. But I think it's really difficult, I think, to get indexing puzzles that are sort of like feel exciting for someone who's done a bunch of indexing puzzles, is my general sense.
I'm hoping, and I actually am guessing that you will enjoy this puzzle, uh, despite the numbered rooms. I think that the combination of constraints here, the way that Tallcat and I were able to set it up, is really, really unusual for numbered rooms, and also very logically very attractive.
I mean, it
So
helps that you use region sum lines, which are, from
yes,
those are from the S tier constraints. So, using region sum lines can make up for a lot of other
right,
problems, we'll say.
yes,
Uh,
yes. And yes, D-Web, it was actually Mark. This was Simon, sorry, this was featured by Mark on CTC a couple weeks ago in the middle of the series. I had sent them a couple puzzles as options and asked for them to for them to let me know so that I could post it as the puzzle for the day. And they didn't. So I just kind of had to drop it as a bonus puzzle uh like late afternoon. But that's, I'm very happy that they chose to solve this one because it is, I think it's really, really good. I think that this is one of those that is one of the more accessible ones. Like they've, region sum lines are kind of at this point uh an understood constraint, and I think that the combination of the two constraints here and how they are used outside the grid is really, really nice. I had a similar feeling, the puzzle, which I'm guessing we won't have time to get to today, my collaboration with Andrew, which is skyscrapers and entropic lines, both of which are relatively generally kind of unrestricted on their own, and they work together beautifully. But yeah, this one, I think you'll like this one.
I'm generally, I would say skyscraper I'm more averse to than numbered rooms. Albeit my puzzle of the year from Tallcat last year was a skyscraper puzzle. So the skyscraper definitely has potential, but it also is like it's another one where I feel like it has to be mixed exactly right for me to really enjoy it.
Yeah, I absolutely understand that. I don't remember if you ever solved my laser skyscrapers puzzle, but I'm guessing the answer is no.
I don't think so. Uh,
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
is that the bouncy one where it's sort of the
Yeah,
skyscraper could go for longer than
Yeah, it was where it reflected at right angles off of the diagonals in the Sudoku X.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, First Hidden Skyscraper is worse. That the puzzle that was featured with First Hidden Skyscrapers was an absolute monster. I have not yet set a First Hidden Skyscraper puzzle. I'm not sure why. I think I kind of forgot that it existed, but I probably will at some point, just because that's what I do. I set puzzles with all of the hated and difficult constraints. Yeah, someday, Zeta, we're gonna have to do one of these joint streams where you solve some earthquake puzzles.
Oh Lord.
Do you like nonograms?
Like I've done a lot with J-sums recently.
Right. So it's kind of like that, but turned inside out.
Turned inside out.
Yes.
Makes sense. Yeah, I've tried to read the rules to Earthquake several times, but I've never understood the rules to Earthquake. But
right.
Kristen's going to get to fill in a lot of 8/9s in this grid very quickly. When
yeah, I'll say that Earthquake as a rule set is harder to. I think slightly harder to like read and understand, like harder to parse than it is to actually use. Because there's no real easy way to say some of those, like to write down some of those things, but they actually are relatively intuitive, at least for me. And I have gotten that feedback from some other people.
There are definitely a lot of rule sets where it's hard to explain, but then once you understand it, then it makes sense.
Yep.
And then you no longer think about what it means; you just sort of intuit what it means, and then things work better.
Yeah.
Making sure I actually unmute my microphone this time, because last time we had a guest stream and I came back from making tea and I forgot to unmute myself. So I'm hoping everybody can hear me this time.
I can hear you.
So we're definitely going to get to color 8/9s because the row 5 and column 5 clue are just arithmetically from 8/9, because the minimum sum, just in case chat has not seen this deduction before, the minimum sum of the digits on the region sum lines in boxes 4 and 8 is 15. And so the number needs to be at least large enough that twice it is 15, which happens to only leave 8 and 9. And so those two can be marked 8/9, as well as the cells in box 5.
FYI, you might need to turn conflict checker off for this. I'm not sure whether or not this version of this will okay.
It's fine.
Excellent.
And those 8/9s definitely need to be colored.
Okay, so right. This is at least 15. And this is are outside clues all single digits?
They're numbered rooms clues, so they must be single digits.
Right,
you can't
of course,
saying where the 17 goes in the row. Don't give grkles any more ideas.
I mean, I have thought about doing that, where you would be putting in 2 digits as a.
So those both go in box 5, and they should be colored. And next, we're going to place them in boxes 4 and 6. Sorry, 4 and 8. But that's a region sum line. So, for example, row 6, column 6 is an 8/9.
Row 6 columns. Yeah.
And likewise the other one. And so color. So yeah. So make those yellow or whatever color you want.
And yeah, you can color the ones in box 5 as well.
And so now the thing I think is true, but I may be slightly mishearing, is where does yellow go? Yeah. So the question is, where does yellow go now in box 8? And I think there's an obvious place for it to go, but there's only two places it could possibly ever go, which are, and so let's highlight both of them. So it can't possibly go on an arrow that sums to yellow.
Right.
And 1 and 2 definitely have to be on those. Because if we leave off 1 or 2, the sum is too big. So like
Right.
leave off 2, then the minimum sum would be 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, which sounds way too many.
Oh, I didn't ping Tallcat, by the way.
Hi, Andrew.
So one of those 2 cells is indeed yellow. Once you take that into account. So let's yellow gray those.
One of which 2 cells?
So it's not on the line, and it can't be in row 8 or row 9 in column 5, because that would require putting a 1 or 2 on the numbered rooms clue, and you can't. So it is only in row 6, column 4, or row 7, column 4, or row 7, column 5.
Yep.
And so then the question is, the question we actually have to think about is, can we actually get away with, can you like slash those with a gray just so we know that we're saying
you can do, you can do white with.
Okay. And you can do exactly the same thing with purple.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is, for what tall-catty reason does it break if you put a 3 in row 9, column 5? Because I feel fairly confident that the thing we're going to be proving is that we're either going to be proving that one of them we have to put a 3, or we're going to be proving that you can't put a 3. But I want to look at the world where row 9, column 5 is a 3. So certainly it would have to be 9.
Hi, Mixo.
In the world that's a 3, because otherwise we could not get the sum to work, because it but the thing I'm noticing is that digit is a 3, a 7, 8, or a 9, because it can't go into box 5. So you can just corner that, or just center mark that 3, 7, 8, 9, and the one over there. So we have that.
And it can't be 8 or 9, can it?
Oh, right, it can't be 8 or 9. Okay, so so it is, okay, that's, okay. Is that true of this one as well? No.
No,
that one just can't be 9.
Sure it can.
Why couldn't it be 9? This is a 2-digit sum.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. Okay, yeah, so you're right. So there's, but that one is a single-digit sum, the one that's up there. Got it. Okay.
And whatever it is, it's this as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, well, it's at least 6.
Yeah, so,
which means...
So,
nice spot, D-Web.
Because whatever this is, we need to place it in box 5.
So it, row 0, column 5 can't go on its own line in box 2, and it can't go in row 3 either because it's already in row 3.
There we go. Okay, that's the point. Yep.
It's already what?
It's already in row 3 at the other end of the line.
Oh, wow.
That's okay. That's way less complicated than the way I saw it. I saw it as breaking the 3, 7 at the bottom of the column. That is much less fancy. So yeah. So this number,
and you can't put
4, 5, or 6. Yep.
Yep. And you can't put a 7, 8, or 9 on a 3-cell sum to one digit.
And so yeah. So that's a 4, 5, or 6. But it's therefore actually it must be a 4. Because the sum can't be 8 or 9 anymore, because it's that color, you can make it green now, is being indexed into a box that has an 8 and a 9.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't, so therefore it's a 6 or a 7, but you can't put a 5 or a 6 on a sum to 6 or 7. You can only put a 4. And so we actually know where green goes, and we know that green is 7, and we can choose whether we want to do a 4 dance or a 7 dance. Let's do the 4 dance.
When Tallcat is watching this, he's going to be very upset if the dragon doesn't come out at least once. So I'm pretty sure the dragon is disappointed with me for not having brought him out earlier.
So now 7s go in the grid and a 1-2 goes in the grid. And now that 7 does indeed place the 3, placing the 9 in column 5. So that's a 9, because 8 is too small. Because if it were 8, the combo would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and that involves a 3. Because there's only one way to make 16 and 5, and it uses a 3. So that's yellow, and it's a 9.
Interestingly, there's also only one way to make 18 and 5 without using a 3.
I really need to give myself a
delete
keyboard
button
shortcut for the white slash, because I don't have one.
I
Zero?
hate the fact that white has replaced delete.
But
I don't mind
have
having a white, but the fact that you can't delete colors anymore drives me up the wall.
I mean, you can delete
so
them
yellow is 9 everywhere.
You can just delete them with the delete button, like the backspace.
Well, I mean, that's how I have to do it now, but it's much worse than it was before.
Oh no.
So
yellow is 9 and purple's 8.
Tristan, when that happens to me, what if you hit like command a bunch of times, it'll unstick that. At least for me, it'll unstick that that effect.
Interesting. I'll try that.
I mean, the delete key on my keyboard is what I use, Jay. It's much worse usability wise than being able to hit the button, since you're doing it while selecting something with a mouse.
I have my 0 key mapped to delete.
Ah, okay. Well, that's why.
Okay, purple is 8.
So purple is 8, and so now we know the digits that go on the arrows in that box are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. The 4 certainly doesn't go on the arrow with the 2-cell one, so it goes on the other. So the other is 1, 3, 4, and then that's 2, 6. So that's not a 3 in particular for sure. It's certainly not an 8 either, for numbered rooms reasons. That is an 8. I guess that gives you a second reason why that's not an 8. So those are a 6, 7, 9 triple in the row.
I think you're likely to mean 5, 7, 9.
Oh, 5, 7, 9. That sounds better. Okay,
one
and so
of
we're
these
not,
is an 8.
and so we're not using a 3 over in box 8. So now we have to think about sums to 18 without a 3. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 is correct. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 is what these digits are. And the 6 definitely needs to go not on the 2-cell arrow. So the 6 goes on the 3-cell arrow, making the 3-cell arrow 1, 2, 6. And therefore this 4, 5. And therefore the pair is...
Oh, and we get a 7 here.
Yep. And whatever the other digit is.
8.
8. Okay, there we go. Oh, 8. There's the 8. Hello, 8. We have a 2, 6 pair in box 5, just by geometry. Because they can't go in any of those places. So that's a 2, 6 hidden pair. Let's see, we can corner mark the 1 in the box. Hey, Texas Game Mom.
Oh yeah, we never put down a bet tree.
Oh, that is true. Let's see.
Yeah.
You can put the bet tree in, let's say, Row 8, column 2.
Told this is a
Actually,
naked single.
I've changed my mind. Let's move the bet tree over to row 8, column 6.
It is. Mixo is correct. That's a 5. Because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So let's fill in the rest of the triple in this box. So we've got a 1, a 3, and a 4. And that's not the 1. Okay.
You also already have a 3 and a 4 in column 5.
Oh.
So we do. Excellent. Even more Sudokuing.
That's
so
odd.
that sorts out the two.
Wonder why Sven didn't highlight that.
So that sorts out the 2, which sorts out the 6, actually. So just look up column 5. You see a 1, 2. That 1, 2 is a 2. And now that 2 looks down and sees the 2 and the 6.
Sven really letting us down here.
And so row 3, column 4 is now known.
Column 5?
Yes, sorry, column 5, yep. I think it's a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so there's a 6, 9 pair in column 4 in this box, because I need to put 6 and 9 in the box, and I don't have anywhere else to put them. Therefore, the remaining digits in the box are a triple, which is going to resolve the 3, 4 down below, which I see was already resolved if I looked at the 4, 5 pair, but I didn't. But it's a triple of 3, 7, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we also have assorted triples to fill in box 6, which is probably going to be relevant because we actually have a clue there.
Mm-hmm. One of those pesky clues.
I know. grkles is always using those, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah. I know you personally never use clues. It's you know, you're just morally and ethically better than I am, I think.
We can steal Garian's point first that 7 can only go one place in the column.
We can't put 7 here because of this. So 7 goes here.
Yep. And we can note, just for the record, that these 3-cell sums are from 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yes, that is a numbered rooms clue.
Yeah,
I saw you looking at that, Tristan.
Should probably fill that in. Yes. Tristan actually seeing that the thing works. And let's just fill in the 2, 3-cell arrows as being 6, 7, 8, 9, just for the record. There's one in column 0 and one in column 10 that also appears in row 10. And at some point, one of these will get ruled out at random.
Yeah, that ruling an 8 out of the row, the column 0 clue.
Yeah, I would not take Sven's word on that one.
No. 1, 3 left in row 5.
Yep. And so what is in row 4? We're missing a 2, a 6, and a 9. In row 4, 2, 6, and 9. And in row 6, we are missing 4, 5, and 7.
Interestingly, this is only a 1 or an 8.
So highlight the 4th, the 5th, and the 7th thing from that numbered rooms clue.
Carl pointing out this can't be 6, otherwise you break this cell.
Agree. So highlight the 4th, the 5th, and the 7th thing, because that's a numbered rooms clue. Row 6, column 10.
row 6.
So the numbered rooms clue, the indexing digit is either 4, 5, or 7. So let's just look at the 4th, the 5th, and the 7th thing. So it's not 5, and that's an 8 or 9 for sure.
Right, it's not 5. This isn't 7.
So we have all of that. People saying it can't be 8.
Because this can't be... Wait.
Eight doesn't have anything to do with that. 8 is the digit 8. It would make that a 7.
7.
But that does something in column 9. Ah, right. So the point is, that's right. Okay, got it. So yeah, row 9, column 9 is the point.
Very
row
nice.
9, column 9 is I now understand the things that chat was saying that I was not piecing together. This is a numbered rooms clue that is placing an 8 or a 9. So it's not placing the 8 or a 9 on an arrow that's 3 cells that sums to itself.
All right, so it's not
and it's not 4 or 5.
And it's also not
so therefore it
7 or
must
9.
be 6, because 6 is the largest number you can possibly put here. So that's a 6. And that means that the number it's indexing is 9. Because we've got to place the 9.
These are 9. That's a 9.
And we get a 1-2 pair, which resolves the stuff with the 3s and resolves the numbered rooms clue, which is awesome. 3 and 1. We know the sum is 12, and we now know that that must be
that better
an
be an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so that's a 4 immediately above it, placing a 4 in the row. And also we can index in row 6, Carl points out as well. So that's a 4. Okay. And we can fill out the rest of the column, because now column 9 only has a handful of digits left.
You also have the last 2 line cells.
Yes, that is what I was hoping to break into here. 3, 4. These are from 5, 6. No, not 6. Sorry, 5, 8, and 9, I believe. We know that's not a 5, so that's a 3 or a 4 next to it.
No, it's 5, 5, 7, and 8, not 5, 8, and 9. You have a 9 in the column already.
Oh, oops, 5, 7, 8. Ah, okay, so that is an 8.
That's
okay.
better.
That's much better. It just goes with a 4. Woohoo! Very nice. Okay, what about this row? What do we have missing? We're missing a 1, a 2, a 6, and a 9 in the row. I don't know if that's interesting or not.
This is only 1, 2, or 3. And it's not 1.
Okay, good.
So... Hang on. Did I do that right? I don't think I did that right.
5th and 7th looks right to me.
Yeah, you did it right.
Yeah, okay. Right. 1, 2, 3, and it's not 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So 1 is actually corner marked in one of 2 places in the box for whatever whatever it is worth. Very little, I kind of suspect, but what are you going to do? Let's see, and we have one last clue that we have not looked at, so maybe we should look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Although we seem not to have learned anything, but let's try and... So
Well,
one thing we've learned is that it's not 7. So row 7, column 0 is not a 7. Because this is a 3-cell sum and there's not a 4 in it. So it is a 6, 8, or 9. And so now we can look at if this thing, so
if this is
So,
a
yeah.
9, that's a 5.
Yep.
There's
And
one
then-
other thing that not having a 4 on the line does, besides
it guarantees
It
there's a
put-
1 on the line,
Mm-hmm.
because the only way to make not a 1 is 2, 3, 4.
So these are only from 1, 2, 3, 5.
Yep. Got a lot of cells that want to be 1, 2 in this row. It's definitely not a 1 at the top, as D-Web points out, because it's an indexer.
Note that the 2 cells outside the grid at the other end of this line both sum to that and are also numbered rooms clues.
So one of these is a 1. So the other one of these is going to have to be a 1 to make a self-indexing numbered rooms clue.
So it's a 1 and then 5, 7, or 8.
The spending outside the grid is fun.
Okay, so it could just work if that's annoying. If row 8, column 1 is a 5, it could maybe just work.
And this could also be a 5.
Zeta,
if
row 8 column 1 is a 5, what is the
yeah, this is not a 5.
What is the sum of the line?
9. Oh, right. Or wait. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't work. Right. Why is that not a 5, Tristan? The thing that you... Oh, because 3 is not one of the options. Yes, got it. Yep.
Yeah.
That also can't be a 3 because you have a 3 in the row.
That is true. But yeah, I agree with grkles that, yeah, the one above it can't be a 5. Because that would make the sum of the line 9. But if the sum of the line is 9, then the digit above it is also a 5. Is what grkles just explained.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Tallcat the dragon is very disappointed in you for socializing during this stream.
Ah, 5, 3, 1 doesn't work for that arrow. So if you put a 5 at the top, it of course makes the total 9, but then you have a 3 and a 1 below it. But what goes next to the 3 is now an 8, which indexes a second 8 into row 8.
Into column 3.
Whichever you want. It does both. It puts an 8 in a place that double can't be 8. So the total is 6. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's a 6. So these need to be 1 and 5.
Yep.
So
Sven
and
was
that
right
1, 2, 3
0.
sees up at the 6 and the 2, which is actually very useful. No, it's not at all useful. Sorry, I lied. I mean, it does place a 2 up in box 1 if you want to, and then places the 1 over. Okay, so this is actually useful. Let's just chase this for a bit, because now that is going to make that a 3 and a 3. That being a 3 makes that a 5 and a 7. And now the 2 is actually placed in box 3 just by sudoku. There's a 2 in row 2. So that's a 2. Now that's a 1. And then that's going to handle the 6 and the 2 down there. And now that's placing the 6 in box 3.
6 in box 3.
And that's a something.
9.
It's a 9.
I like that you both said that was a something.
We
have a lot of the same thingy things,
Purple mannerisms.
as you might say. Something like that, yeah. I might just mark box 1 now, because rather than letting things get too out of hand. Hopefully Mark can do it correctly now. So Mark believes that this is a naked 9. Yeah, we filled in every digit, so Mark should be perfectly functional now.
This can't be a 3.
Yep. Excellent. Okay, so now we can mark the rest of box 7. Okay. Now we know the 6. We know where the 6 is. We just know where the 6 is. Because the 6 can only go in one of those 2 spots, and one of them can't be a 6 anymore because we did some sudoku. So if row 7, column 1 was a 2, it would be placing a 6 in a column where we just put a 6.
So that's a 3.
Right.
It seems like this vending is working properly in columns, but not in rows, which is very odd.
So yeah, so that's not a 7 or a 9 in row 7, column 2. Because of sudoku in the row. It's not an 8 below it.
Yeah, Sven is working in columns, but not in rows.
Okay, we know one of these 2 cells is a 5, because one of these is a 2 indexing a 5. So that cell or the cell immediately below it, one of them is a 5 by numbered rooms.
Yes.
Which is going to resolve a lot of the column, because that's going to also give us the 9 up there.
Pippin, come.
We have a Jovi on 5s, but it sadly doesn't place the 5 in row 7. It just almost places the 5 in row 7. Oh, that's a 4-5 pair, actually. Because we also have a Jovi on 4s. And that is resolved. Okay, so now it's resolved. Okay, so that's going to wreck all of these. And so now let's just mark the remaining cells in box 9.
Yeah, I wouldn't let Mark go to town on the rest of the grid.
So yeah, we already have an 8 in row 8. And we already have a 3 in row 9. And then I think it is going to collapse from there. There's already a 6 in row 9.
And there you go.
Congratulations to all the 3-betters out there.
The
May
6
all
betters?
all the 6-betters out there. Congratulations to all the 6-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true.
Yeah.
Very nice. I liked that.
Jay, we saved the solution with only these cells filled in so that you wouldn't have to do that. So, Zeta, was I right? Did you enjoy this numbered rooms puzzle?
That was nice. I mean, it wasn't really a numbered rooms puzzle. It was really a region sum lines puzzle with a little splash of numbered rooms, but it was cool.
And the break-in I really, really liked.
The using the 8s and 9s and how they sort of got bounced around, that was very cool. I liked that a lot. Yeah, this was an indexing puzzle with very little indexing, which is, you know, the very best kind of indexing puzzle. Is the kind where you don't actually index very much.
Yeah, and a lot of the indexing is used to force the index clues rather than place the indexed clues, the indexed digits.
And the arithmetic worked very well because you got a lot of these places where it was sort of like, oh, well, this has to be 4, 5, or 6 by arithmetic. And so then that also tells you a Sudoku thing that sort of is sensible. So yeah, they were all very carefully chosen, I thought.
Yes, the most case checky part was box 7. We couldn't really find a way around that, but you know, I still liked the way that it resolved. Forcing the ones was especially fun.
Yeah, that definitely felt like that was definitely the sort of like the thing that I don't like in most indexing puzzles is that there's a lot more of that. By the time you've filled in like half of the boxes completely and it's clear that there's only one clue left, then if that one clue is a little case checky, then
yeah.
Well, it's very bearable.
Right.
It's if case checking would resolve one of these 3 clues, so I guess I'm gonna just case check all of them and see which one it is when it is
right.
when it's particularly bad.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, the fact that it was the very last clue very clearly worked out well. I had no complaints.
Right. Okay. Excellent.
Alrighty, well, probably gonna take a short break. Have we decided what we're gonna do when we come back, or are we gonna confer in
we're gonna have a
private and
look.
decide?
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, we'll be back with something. But until then, see you shortly.
Welcome back. We are. I'm going to leave you with zetamath and grkles for just a minute. I will be right back.
I
Yes,
appreciate greatly the single black dot in the grid. That makes me happy.
you're welcome. I was actually kind of thinking of you when we placed that there. That one was my placement.
I see.
Yes,
What better
more
way could there be to resolve a puzzle?
of course, and yes, more Magley. This is from my series. These are all puzzles from my series of collaborations.
Although we have not gotten nearly as much gossip about all of the previous setters as I was hoping.
That's true. We've been
Do you
entranced
have any
by the
good
puzzles.
Tallcat stories?
Yeah, so Tallcat. Well, what can I say about him? He is very tall. That's a juicy bit of gossip. And yeah, I can't remember if I've collaborated with him before or not, but yeah, I mean, I got to say everybody has been a joy to work with. And I don't have a lot of I don't have a lot of gossip necessarily, but it was really fun.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We should at some point do our collab of the two grids with coordinate pills that index each other.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe we can do that for the next season of the series. You know, because
I would be happy to do that.
That sounds great. Yes, Garyon. He is also a cat. That was an excellent deduction. Jay, I would say probably Prime Weasel was the most tall catty of my collaborators.
B-Web asks if a puzzle would be resolved by a single black dot or a single white dot because it's a 1 next to a 2. Which do you use? Black dot always.
Yeah, definitely black dot.
Single white dots don't usually make good disambiguators because you know too much information usually, is my experience, and they're not as pretty.
Also, it depends on whether you're trying to force a 1 or a 2. If you're trying to force a 2, then it could technically be either. But if you're trying to force a 1, the black dot could still technically be a 2 and a 4. So black dot tends to be black dot tends to be better. But it depends on whether you're like, if you're trying to disambiguate high and low, then you have to use a black dot. The white dot doesn't do that. Tallcat and Short Dog. Yeah, so that might be with a collab with AGKLNRSTUY.
Yes, we have this AGKLNRSTUY grkles collab. Gabe is in the chat.
Yes, and AGKLNRSTUY is my kid. Who just turned 13 2 days ago.
Happy birthday!
And he and I have collaborated. He and I have collaborated several times. He's actually a very good setter. So I'm expecting to see really great things about him. Coming from him in the future.
Excellent.
Jay, what is Updog?
So this is an average sandwich Sudoku. So the clues are the average of the digits between the 1 and the 9. We also need a bet tree. Do any of the setters have a recommended bet tree?
Let's say let's place the bet tree in row 2, column 6.
Row 2, column 6 it is.
Micro, I have been in contact with Joe Montaigne, but he hasn't decided whether he wants to collaborate or not.
So anything with a 0.2 or a 0.8 has to be a length 5 sandwich, because you have to be dividing by something that's a multiple of 5, and I don't think you're going to have a length 10 sandwich. And so a length 5 sandwich always is going to have green in row 5 at least, and we might be able to do better than that. So yeah, we can do a little better. It actually expands in both directions because needing 5 actually covers the entirety of rows 4, 5, 6, no matter how you do it. So both this column and column 7, we get green all the way through. And actually column 1 as well, because column 1 is a 0.4 clue that I somehow missed when I was scanning and found these two. So all of these we can mark as not crust. You can use X's if you prefer. I know that is one of your favorites. So we have that. The 0.25 clue is definitely length 4, which is sufficient to rule it out, I believe, of row 3, column 5. Because again, there's nothing there. And out of the 5.75 is the same, so that gets you row 9, column 5. Now, things like an average of 2, the only way you can get an average of 2 is to be a 1-cell sum of 2, which I don't know if helps us a great deal, but there it is. Let's see. What else can we say? Oh, the 4.8. No, it's 4.83 repeating. What is 8.3 repeating? 8.3 repeating would be, is that 6/7?
I don't think so.
5/6.
It's 5. Okay, it's 5/6. Okay, so that is a length 6 sandwich. So we can do some greening off of that.
So
I think even if you drew a length 6 sandwich, you'd certainly hit those. Let's see. If I cover that one, I don't have enough yet, but I think all of that gets green.
which gives us a crust.
Yeah, so I think we actually have a legitimate crust now. And
Do we
so
like
now, because it's a length
Pink
6
or
sandwich,
purple? I like purple.
because it's a length 6 sandwich, we now know what the exact sandwich is, so we get another crust.
Hitting command doesn't seem to have fixed it.
Hit it a whole bunch of times, very quickly, and then try clicking somewhere.
Nope.
No, maybe control. I don't know. It tends to work for me, but nope, it's not working for you. Oh well.
Nope.
Sorry.
Just gotta reload the page.
Yeah.
Okay, so finish the row 6
Oops.
sandwich. Or introduce some new colors into the grid, whichever.
Oh, wait. Finish the row 6 sandwich. We know it's exactly 6 long, right?
Yep.
Indeed.
And so we probably know what the outies are if we look at the fact that Josh says it's a 29/6. So that means the sum is 29, which means the outies must be a 6. So that's a 6. We should bring out Zach and friends for the 6y dance.
That is extremely 6y.
Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you. You can green lots of column 9 now because of the 0, and you can green some of column 2 because of the 4.
D-Web, why? I think there are other options than it being a singular 4.
It can't be a 0 length sum, is the point, Tristan. A 0 length sum does not have an average of that. Although, actually, I would argue a sum of 0 doesn't have an average of 0 either. A sum of 0 has no average, not an average of 0. So I think this should be an NaN, not a 0.
Oh, that's true. That's probably true, yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, make that one undefined.
Well, actually, no. It just means that the sandwich sum is infinite.
I mean, it's a 0 divided by 0, and that's not like infinite or anything. It's just undefined.
Yeah, we found this average via L'Hopital's rule, so I think we're okay with calling it 0.
Row 4, column 4 can't be crust because one of those two cells in box 4 is crust.
Yes.
And I can't get to a 3.5 average with one cell. Can I get to a 3.5 average if I go as far as I don't think I can. So I don't think, and let's check this together, but I don't think row 4, column 8 can possibly be crust. Because if row 4, column 8 is crust, then I'm summing a minimum of 4 digits. In fact, I would be summing exactly 4 digits, the minimum sum of which would be 14. 14 divided by 4. Okay, no, never mind. That's fine. I think 14 divided by 4 is still less than 3.5. So I think
Martin
it's okay.
points out that this green gets us a green here.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Sandwich theorem. I like it.
So now that gets us a green in row 3, column 7 by madness. Because that can't be a 2 anymore ever.
Wait, what?
Because the 2 is a 1-cell sandwich, and this can't. If this is a crust, you can't get a 1-cell
Oh,
sandwich.
because it can't be 1 and 3. Right.
Good
Okay,
spot,
and
Josh.
so now row 9, column 7 can't be crust because this is a 5-cell sandwich and it would be too long. So that's now green. In column
I'll
7.
just believe you on that.
If that was crust, those 4 things are above it or in the crust, but then 2 more things are in it.
Oh, you were looking the column. I was looking
Yep.
the row, and I was very confused. Josh says we can decide which one of these is crust.
If it's row 4, column 2, there's a parity problem. If it's row 4, column 2, we can't be dividing by an even number just because of where the other cells in the row are.
Yeah, it would be
if it's
3
row 4,
cells
column
or
2,
5
we're
cells.
either dividing by 3 or 5, and we're not going to get 3.5. That's very cute. Okay.
That is very cute.
Yep.
So that's crust.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now the 6.25 we know is a length 4 sandwich, so we know exactly what it does in column 3. So you can just fill in the crust for the whole thing.
So these are not crust? Is that what
Correct.
we're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Okay, and now the 5.75 is a length 4 sandwich, and we know what it does in row 9. Very nice, very nice. Let's see.
We can thank MicroStudy for these colors. This is MicroStudy's palette that I actually quite like.
Yeah.
The 4.4 in column 1 is a length 5 sandwich, and so the green actually needs to go 1 higher because of the green we just placed in row 9.
You also do know where the other, roughly where the other crusts are in boxes 7 and 9.
Right. So grkles' point is, for example, row 8, column 2 can't be crust because it would break column 1.
Yes.
And likewise, one of those 2 things in column 7 in box 9 is definitely crust for the 4.2 clue, and so nothing else in the box can be crust. Box 9.
One
of those
these?
2 is, so therefore none of those are. So that places the crust in column 9. And so there's a green immediately. Actually, that just greens the box. Let's say it that way.
The dragon approved
And
of
so
this palette.
that places the green in row 4. Good. I didn't know the dragon was capable of approving of things.
He's very disappointed that you didn't know that.
Okay, so if row 4 column 4 is a crust, we have a problem, because if row 4 column 4 is a crust, then
Row 4
we
column
need
4 is not a crust.
sorry,
Row
row 5
5
column.
column 4.
If row 5 column 4 is a crust, we have a problem because we need a 4-digit sum to 12 that doesn't have a 1 in it, which is not a thing. So that's not a crust. And that is, so bet tree not a crust.
Nice, Jay.
Okay, one of those two is, one of those two is. I would concur with the uniqueness argument is very compelling. We know where the crusts are in row 3 just by the fact that we know the clue is 1 long now. So that is not a crust. And so that disambiguates our 1 9s because now we have a 1 or a 9 on that black dot and it's not a 9. Although it would be on theme for the puzzle to have a 9 and a 4.5 on the black dot, but
Correct.
the black dot
So-
therefore is a 1 2. So 9 1 9 1 1 9 9 1.
And this, by the way, is a case that where a white dot would not have done that, at least not at this point in the puzzle, in the solve.
Column 2 crusts are done. I don't. So, oh no.
Yeah, this isn't 2 6. So this is only 3 5.
Ah, yes, because they need to sum to 8. Yep, got it.
And likewise.
Oh, this is a 2-cell sum to 3, so or 2-cell sum to 6, so it's a 2 4. And that's resolved by the Kropke dot.
Nice.
Let's see. So 6.25, what do the outies sum to in that column? We've got 4 times 6.25 would be 25. So those sum to 25. So we need these to sum to 10. So these sum to 8. And so they are 3 5 as well, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make that work. So that places the 2 in box 4.
Oh, what?
Box 4 has 2s looking at it from multiple directions. So what's the triple that's left in box 4? Is 4 7 8. And we know where the 4 goes in that combo. And so now row 5 we can actually fill in a triple. It's just 3 5 and the other one. 6. I think. Excellent.
These add to 7, remember?
Yep, so they're 3 4. Which resolves that whole some of that stuff at least.
Yep.
So let's fill in that remaining triple in box 5 is 2 7 8. And then 3 5 to finish off the row. And then to finish off that box 6, we need 6 7 8. I was thinking about that clue, but I wasn't quite sure what I could do with it. Is it impossible that the sandwich is length 6? Oh, I think it's not possible. No, I feel like I can construct methods that make this
No,
work
no, no, no.
regardless.
They can't both be 1. So we can't get to 6. So this is certainly...
No. Because it could be in column 4 and column 8. I think there
Yeah.
are lots of options. I agree that the Autogon avoidance is a thing to keep in mind, which is just an incredibly pretentious way that I love to say if something can't be 1 and can't be 1 and can't be 9, then it's not a crust. I learned that from Clover, and it's like my favorite thing ever. Let's see. Garion pointing out it can't be 6 long because the sum would be 40, but I think it can be 3 long in lots of ways still. So column 5's clue needs to sum to 24, but I don't think that's quite interesting yet.
Yeah, it is. Because
that's only 4 digits. It's a 5-digit.
It's a 5-digit sum.
Oh.
Let's see.
Nice spot, Carl.
Column 5. Oh, column 5 filling sum to 29. Did I do this wrong? Oh, it's 5 times 5.
We need...
Yeah,
we
sorry,
need,
it's 29. So a 5...
By the row 2 clue, we need one of these to be crust, because it can't be 6 long. By the column 5, we need one of these to be crust. This cell is the overlap.
Yep, that makes sense. Yep. And so that lets you place the last crust in this column, because it's 5 long.
So that puts a 1 here.
Yep. And also you can green immediately next to the no.
Not those.
Tristan.
There needs to be a 9 in there.
And you know where the 9 is, because the 9 can't be next to the 1. Although you could argue that by L'Hopital's rule, 0 over 0 is 4. It's just as valid as arguing that it's anything else.
No, I took the derivative and it isn't 4.
It is not. It is not 4.
Yeah, the limit is
the
not 4.
derivative divided by the other derivative? Is that 4?
That's true, but the limit isn't 4. I calculated it. If you put it next to each other.
Do we need the one up here for this column?
No, it's 5 long, Tristan, because of the denominator. So, so in fact, the 1 goes there. Okay, so the 1 looks across. Okay, and so
now you get your last crust.
Yep, because row 2 has all its crusts. Or that sandwich has to be length 5, or whichever other explanation you would like to give. Okay, so what do the outies sum to in column 7? 5 times 4 plus 1 is 21, so these need to sum to 14, and they can't use a 9, so they have to be 6, 8. I think probably chat was trying to tell us earlier that gives us a 7 in column 7. And we've had that 7 in column 7 for forever. If we actually thought about it for half a second, but I opted not to, we'll say.
Yeah, we can do the same thing on this column.
So yeah, so these need to sum to 6, so they're 2, 4. And so that is a 3 and a 4. Let's see. how badly do we want to fill in column 7? Because there's only a triple left in column 7 if we want to fill it in. It's 3, 5, and the other one.
6.
Not
6.
six.
I am
No,
being
not
told.
6. Sorry.
4?
4.
4 sounds good.
I can't scan either.
Let's see. Actually, the row 2 one is quite congested because it needs to have a very high average. Its average needs to be 20. And we're not allowed to use a 3 and a sum to 20 because we can't use a 9. So that's got to be a 5. And then we need the remaining digits to sum to 15. So they have to be 7 and 8. And now I realize I think that that's the thing that I saw Andrew in chat typing something about 3-digit sums to 20 that I didn't understand about 20 minutes ago. I think Andrew Sarkis has been trying to get us to notice that for forever. And I have... I have not understood what Andrew was saying, but now I do. So sorry, Andrew. I apologize. 6 is placed in box 1 just by sudoku. And so that leaves us with a triple, which consists of 7, 8. And let's see if we can get it right this time. I think it's 4 again, actually.
Mm-hmm. The other 6.
The other 6, yes.
Sorry, where?
In box 1.
Yeah. There's a triple left, and it is 4, 7, 8. The answer, Gabe, is because 6 needs to go in box 1, and by sudoku, that's the only place it can go.
I think he's making a joke about why can't 6 be 8.
Oh, I see. So that gives us a 4, 7, 8 triple in column 1 out of nowhere. So we can fill in the remaining 2 digits in column 1 somehow. And then we're going to be able to do outie math to figure out what actually happens. So
3 and a 5.
Okay, and so the outies in this column need to sum to 35 minus 5 times 4 minus 2, which sounds like 13 is what these two need to sum to. So that one at the top has to be even, and it's not a 4, so it has to be an 8 with a 5. And so that's going to decimate the column. And yeah, we can continue svenning. Let's see. Mark up box 7 now. Okay, so that was maybe not as useful as I had fantasized about it being. Actually, the fact that that's a 6 or a 7 is interesting because those 3 sum to 12. So the fact that those 3 sum to 12 tells me definitely that that's not an 8 in row 8, column 2. So I think that digit, because the minimum sum of those two is 8, the maximum of the other one is 4. So that's a 2 or a 3 or a 4, but it's not a 4 because there's a 4 in the column. So it's only a 2 or a 3. Seemed like the kind of thing that might be useful, but I don't think it actually is. What about the outies in row 9? So row 9 sums to 23. So the outies need to sum to 12. So that's certainly not an 8 there either. So that actually places the 8 in that box. But if that were a 2, we'd need another 5, so it can't be a 2. So it's a 4. And so that's 7. 7. No, you did that backwards. Tristan.
What?
That's a 7. There we go.
There you go.
Sorry, there was an enormous delay between my my pointing out that you had done that backwards and you reversing. I'm sure it was a technical thing, but I wanted to make sure you understood. Okay, so that's a 4. It's a 3
I
over at
reversed
the
it.
end
You
of row
kept
9.
saying Tristan.
Yeah, I think there's just a lag in the Zoom call. There's a 3 over there to make those outies add to 12 like they're supposed to. So let's see. Yeah, we can probably just like mark the rest of the grid and it will probably all sort of fall to pieces.
I think so.
That's another 3 in the
pretty
corner.
much. I think we pretty much used the clues. We just need to look at 5, 6, 7. So that's an 8.
Yep. Don't. Oh, there's a 5-7 pair in row 7. That would have taken me a while to find.
Yep. So
So that's a 4 and that's a
that's
2. There's a 6-8 pair in box 9, which is going to give us more joy. This is going to give us the 5 and the 7.
4.
And the 7 above it. Yep. 5, 3, 4, 6, 8. 6, 8, 5 in box that one. Yep. And that 5 looks up. Keeps looking up. Woohoo. And our betting tree is a 3. Congratulations,
go.
Jaleb
All the
and
3
Bremster and
betters.
other 3 fans. May all your betting tree wishes come true.
Very nice.
That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
Very nice idea to
Yeah.
the both of you.
And it was Gaby K9's idea for what to use as a rule set. He came up with that idea.
It's a good idea.
Very nice.
Yes, Gabe, that is close enough. You guessed correctly.
You get all
I
of
mean,
your
in the
betting tree
grand
wishes
scheme
met.
of things.
Yep.
On a geological time scale, your guess is basically correct.
Yeah. Excellent.
Alrighty,
All
shall we
right,
take a break and do another puzzle?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
We will be back very soon.
See you shortly.
welcome back.
Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
We're going to do this Glum Hippo grkles puzzle.
Mm-hmm. So, so this one we have expanding whispers, which are essentially the same as German whispers, except that the difference between neighboring cells along the line is a minimum equal to the length of the line. Yes, Gabe, you can leave if you want.
So the thing pointed out is that along this line, the difference needs to be at least 7, which is going to be a challenge, I suspect.
Yeah, that's why we had it pencil marked with 4s, 5s, and 6s.
That will make it easiest to get to a difference of 7, I expect.
So these are all
so you can
1,
actually
2, 8,
just
9.
make the line in box 2 green.
If you want to, yes, you can do that.
I think that will make everyone happiest. It will at least make me happiest. Alrighty, well, shall we jump in with a bet tree? Do you have a recommended bet
yes,
tree?
a bet tree. I think probably a good cell for that is let's say row 6, column 8.
Alrighty. I love all of these lines that specify that the difference of 2 cells is at least 2.
Yes.
That is those are incredibly helpful. I am certain.
Absolutely.
They are anti-white dots.
So the math in box 2 is interesting. So I think in box 2, it is worth your time to actually high-low color this and high-low color the German whisper line in the traditional way, because I think it's going to be useful for the length 6 line. So we don't know what's high and what's low, but we know that if those are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and these are from etc. Now the question is, do I need a yellow digit on that line? Yeah, 5 is definitely on the line. Can I possibly get away with putting the 2 green digits on this line? And I don't think so, because actually, no, I could. I could do 1, 5, 2, which sucks. That's terrible. Wait, could I do 1, 5, 2? I don't think I can do 1, 5, 2 without breaking the other line, can I? Because now the green digits are 3 and 4. That doesn't work. Right. Okay, no, I cannot. So the thing I have concluded here is that it's not actually possible. Oh, is 514 possible? Oh, I didn't consider that. That would make those 2, 2, 3. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. So where is the yellow? Okay, so the question maybe is, where is the yellow 4, 6 going? Because the yellow 4, 6 is never going on that loopy line. Because the length 6 line is too big, too long. So the yellow 4, 6 is either on this short line, which would be interesting, or it is on it's on one of the ends, but I don't think we can quite know exactly what to do with it. Carl points out for sure there's at least 1, 4, 6 on that length 3 line.
Can you put both of them on there?
It's exactly 1, 4, 6. Interesting, because if I try and put, well, I could do 4, 6. Oh no, because the other digit on it's a 5. Okay, so that's the point. So there's exactly 1, 4, 6 on this line, and so we know the yellow 4, 6 or the green 4-6 has to be on this line.
And then the other digit has to be a 1 or a 9, right?
It could also be a 2 or an 8 because this is only a length 3 line.
Yeah. But that's almost interesting. So
where does the other 4-6 go in box 2?
So
Yep.
there's
So one of these is the yellow 4-6.
But it could be that the yellow 4-6 is on. So the point is if the yellow 4-6 is on the length 3 line, then I have to put the green 4-6 somewhere untoward. So yes, so I agree. So yes, so there's a 4-6. I guess the way I'd say it is there's a 4-6 that's not on the length 3 line, and therefore it's on this length 5 line, and there's only 2 spots on this length 5 line that can accommodate a 4-6, and they both happen to be yellow. So one of those is 1 or 9. Yeah.
Is here.
Right. And the other 4-6 is on the length 3 line, and it's not next to the 5. So the 4-6 and the 5 are on the ends of the line. So the middle is not a 5, and then those are a 4-5-6. So that's also a helpful observation. And so so if I need to be at least 3 away from the green 4-6, I could be the green 1-9, but the green 1-9's already used, so the digit in the middle is yellow. And can you make those a green gray pair for us?
I don't have a gray, but
You can give 5s a color, a non-gray color.
Green. Make 5s purple. We'll be extra. Oh, cyan. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just make 5s cyan. So we know that this is the green 4-6. And so the thing is, what is the green 4-6 at least 3 away from? And there is a green cell that it is, which is the green 1-9, but we've already used the green 1-9 in the box. So the only color that can be is yellow, which means that this other cell over here is green, finally, which is the thing I did not expect to happen. And so you can color that whole line now. And so the point is, this still alternates because this difference is just even bigger than a normal whisper, is the point of what's going on here. And now,
right, this is
this is 1-2
yellow
or
1-9 or 2-8.
Yep. Yep. Lines up with a 1-2-8-9 pencil marked below it for whatever that is worth.
It might be helpful to actually put in the options for the length 6 line, because then you can make some deductions about how those interact in box 2. I mean,
so 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 is I would have marked that a long time ago, but Tristan is more reluctant to mark 6 digits into cells.
I'm fine. In this case, I think it's useful.
Because you have placed sort of the green 1-9 in one of those
green
two cells.
1-9, so this one isn't 1-9.
Correct. And so therefore, the other one can't be 2, 3, 7, or 8.
Well, it can be.
It can't be 3, 7.
It can't be 3, 7.
But yeah, 2 and 8 are just far enough apart. So those are a yellow 1, 2, 8, 9 pair.
Yep.
Which is very sensible.
You've also ruled 1 and 9 out of
and
row
we now
3,
have
column 4.
We have all the greens now except for green 4-6. Because in that row, right? I guess never mind. That's not super interesting. But yeah, I was noticing we have the three none 4-6 greens in the row, but that's not actually interesting at all.
So you can also roll 3-7 out of row 4, column 4 for the same reason.
Yep.
And now you get to color the 7 length line.
This yellow is looking at both of these.
Do I know those are different? I don't think there's any reason they have to be different.
But row 4
But
does
row
have
4 is the one. Yeah, row 4 is the point. Those two are the same color, and that color's not yellow. So that's the point.
Yeah. So these are green. That's yellow. Yellow, green, yellow, green.
Okay, and now we know where the green one. Oh crap! No, sorry. We do now know that the green the yellow is 3, 7, or 4, 6 at the top of column 4.
Yep.
And so below it, that means we have a only a 1 or a 2.
8.
Yep.
1, 2, 8, 9. Yeah.
Yep. Now, the digits in row 4 in box 5 that we don't have colored, they see 1, 2, 8, and 9. So these digits are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And therefore they are 3 and 7 because they need to be at least 4 apart.
Oh, that's cool.
So I don't know which digits, but those are the 3 and the 7. And so that means the digit that's next to the 3, 7 is at least 4 away from 3, 7. Oh, it could be a 7 again. Never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something that was wrong. Let's see. So 5 is placed in box 5. We're going to get a digit finally. Because 5 can't go on that length 3 line anymore. Oh, no, that's not true. Darn it. No, it's not true. Because 5, there's still a 1, 2, 8, 9 to go around. If the 5 can only go... the 5 certainly can't go in the middle cell. Because there aren't... there's only 1, 2, 8, 9 to go around. But the 5 might be able to go in one of the ends. So 5 in 3 places in the box only, sadly. Not quite as good for whatever reason. Oh, Carl points out that there's 2 digits from 4, 5, 6 on this line, which is true because there's still 4, 5, and 6 to put, and we know where they have to go. So the 2 ends of this have to be 4, 5, 6. And then the middle is the green 1, 2, 8, 9, because we need a digit that's not a 4, 5, or 6 to go with them. And so then you know where the other 4, 5, 6 goes.
Okay, so this is the other green 1, 2, 8, 9 is
This
what
is
we're
the other
saying?
green 1, 2, 8, 9. That's right. Yep. And that's the other 4, 5, 6.
This is the last 4, 5, 6. Ah.
I don't think we have a lot of means to subcolor the 1, 2, 8, 9s yet. But I suspect we're going to want to at some point.
I think you can probably restrict row 3, column 8 a little bit.
That's true. Row 3, column 8 certainly can't be a 2 or an 8. Can only be a 1 or a 9. Might be the only time that we get that lucky, but at least so far. I suspect we'll get to do more with that later. So you can fill in that row 3, column 5 is only yellow 2, 8, or 3, 7. And the only way it would be 3, 7 is if the other green 1, 2, 8, 9 is there next to it in the row as well, but I don't think we know that's not the case as of yet. At least not that I am aware of.
That is very true, Carl.
How?
Because you know that the
Definitely
green
sees
1, 2, 8, 9. You know that the non 4, 6 greens are that triple right there.
Right, right. That's just not been filled in, but it's a none 4, 6 green. Right. Okay. So those are a triple of the right.
1, 2,
Okay.
3, 7, 8, 9s in green.
Right. Okay. So yeah, so this cell is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very good spot, Carl. That's very cool. So row 9, column 5 interests me because if it's not exactly the last yellow 1, 2, 8, 9, then it has to be again a 3. Then it has to be again one of these sort of middling numbers.
Hi, Chef. Good afternoon.
Hey, Chef. But I don't quite know what to do with that yet. This is a fascinating puzzle, by the way, to both you and Glum Hippo.
Thank you very much. How can row 2, column 8 be 3? 3, 7, 3, 7? For the line? Unless there's something more complicated for us to observe that rules out something like that. Oops, sorry, my dog is barking. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, certainly it would be yellow.
Sorry about that. I also knocked my mic off the desk.
It happens.
Okay, I'm back.
Excellent. So we do know by Jovi Wing that the yellow 4, 6 is in column 5 in box 8, but that doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I'm excited by, if I'm honest. I'm just looking to see if there's any like interesting sudoku-y sorts of things we can do here. Wait. There's just no, never mind. That's the length 6 line.
we oh, never mind. I was going to say something that wasn't true. Green 1, 9 has to go in one of these cells.
Yep. I keep trying to convince myself that it breaks somehow if row 4, column 5 is a 5, but sorry, row 5, column 4 is a 5, but I've not figured it out yet. Like it still feels plausible, although only just. It requires very specific happenings. Does it break if both of those things in row 4 to the left of the cell you have highlighted, does it break if both of those are from 1289 and we have all the 1289s for the row there?
Sorry, what?
I said, does it break if both of those cells immediately to the left of your highlighted cell are 1289s? Because it would give us a 1289 quadruple in the row, but I don't see anything that would break.
There's not much restriction going on in the rest of the row. Yeah,
I mean, we can
yellow
write in that row
1289 in one of these cells.
we can write in that row 3, column 7, we at least know it's not 4, 5, 6, so it is also 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. So it is at least 4 away from 3, 7. Let's see, we've got...
Carl says this can't be the other 3, 4, 6, 7.
I don't quite understand this. I might just be visualizing it badly.
Yeah, so what Carl is saying is that if you put the other one, have that last cell be 3, 4, 6, 7, then you have 1, 2, then row 2, column 5 is 1 and 9. Because that's the only place left to put the yellow 1, 9 in box 2.
Mm-hmm.
But that also forces row 2, column 4 and 6 to be 1, 2, 8, 9. Because of the 5 cell whisper line, which puts a 3, 7 there, and then that has to be next to a 1, 9 on the 6 cell line as well.
Oh Lord, that's disgusting.
Oh, good grief.
I don't think that was I don't think that's the intended next step, but this was one of the I think this was the first puzzle that I finished setting, like the first collaboration in the series, and I don't remember what the solve path is. Hey, Tyrgannus.
Hey, Tyrgannus, enjoyed your puzzle earlier.
Yes, very much.
Yeah, so that was not the intended deduction, but it is true.
Yeah, so you could just fill in 1, 2, 8, 9 there if you would like, and then fill in all the ensuing deductions.
Right, so this is not the other 3, 4, 6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 1, 2, 8, 9.
And so then that is the 3, 7 below it, because we've got a 1, 2, 8, 9 pair in the box now.
Well, the point is, this now needs to be the 4, 6.
Sure, you can do it that order if you want.
So this is a 1, 9.
Yep. And you can still fill in the yellow 3, 7 that I've told you about.
Row 3, column 5. Yeah.
And so that lets you color the 3 7s in the box below, is the point.
Okay. So this is the green 3, 7. This is the yellow 3, 7. This is now green.
Yes, because it's not 4, 5, or 6. So yeah, if I'm 4 away from a yellow 3, 7, I certainly need to be green. That digit, I don't know its color. I don't think.
I mean, it could be a 5.
At the
Could be
moment,
5,
yes.
or
It's
it
5
could
or
be-
yellow.
I guess it is 5. It still can't be. No, it even
It
could
can't
be
be-
green.
How could it be green?
Because 1 and oh no, right? Because this is 4.
This
So
is a
yeah, so
4
it
cell
could be
line,
5,
yeah.
right? Okay, so this is a Dutch line. So yeah, so it is yellow or blue. You're right.
This now is 5 away from a 3-7.
So it's not itself a 3-7,
And it's
not
also
a 1-9 either.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a 2-8.
Which gives us the 3-7 in the row for green. And now that 3-7 needs to be 6 away, and it's not 6 away from 2-8. So that's a yellow 1-9.
Very nice.
Mhm.
And that yellow 1-9 gives us this, sorts out this. And that looks down. This is like every puzzle Tristan and I did before we streamed, was puzzles where you did this. So that that sorts out box 5.
So these now need to be 1-9s.
Yes.
Is that right?
That is also true. Yellow in box 5 as well, you can finish. And so that lets you chase that yellow down the column, which then lets you fill in some more greens. You did not do that correctly. You put a second 1-9.
Yes.
So that is 1-9, and that looks up at the green above. But also, the green looking at it from the right is a 2-8. And so that sorts it out that it's a 3-7, which now makes that a 1-9. Okay, and green 1-9 is now placed in row 5. Right at the beginning. And we have a green 2-8 at the end of row 4.
You also know where yellow
This is-
4-6 goes in box 5.
This is 3-7 here.
It is, and that looks over at the at row 3, column 7.
None of these are yellow 4-6. This is yellow 4-6. This 3-7 looks over here.
And the 1-9 looks up at it, actually. So 5 is no longer an option, because 5 is not far enough away. So this is the yellow 3-4 or the yellow 6-7.
You mean the yellow 3-7 or the yellow 4-6?
Sure. We have all the yellows in column 6, and we have to put something 4 apart. That's the point. So there's a 5 on that line. Column 6.
Oh, well, this can't be 4-6.
Are you really
either.
filling that in?
Well, this can't... It can't be yellow 4-6, and it can't be green 4-6.
Very
Ah,
nice.
sure. Yep.
So we get
Now
to
we
do
have
a
the
5
digit
digits.
Woohoo! Ba-boop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Boop, ba-da-boop, boop, ba-doop, ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now if you look at column 6, you can see my point. That gray line that we have not yet decorated, it doesn't have any yellows on it. It needs to be 4 apart. So it's a 5 and a green 1-9. And you know where the green 1-9 goes because of the row. So funnily enough, I was about to get us a first digit of 5 as well, but in a completely different way. And so that's going to place the 5 up here.
This is now green 4-6.
Mm-hmm.
This is 5.
Yep.
No, the dragon is only disappointed, and I don't know why he would be disappointed at placing digits.
Green 3-7 goes at the bottom of column 6. And that digit's yellow if you want to fill it in.
Right. This is green 3-7 to finish.
And that's a yellow 1-9, actually.
Yep.
And that digit now is forced to be green because it can't be a 5. And the only green it can be is 2-8. And the column
Yep.
is now missing a yellow 3-7. So we have a green 4-6 and a yellow 4-6 to place. So these cells are a 4-6 pair, for whatever that is worth, of unknown orientation.
I feel like
Okay,
the
well-
next deduction is very cool. And I actually do remember what it is.
So what digits are actually left in row 5? Let's fill them in.
Oh, hi, Hippo.
Because in row 5 we have the 1-9 and the 2-8. And hey, Glum Hippo, I'm enjoying this puzzle. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which seems very relevant for the puzzle to keep track of.
Hippo says there's a naked pair in box 7.
Yes, that is the deduction I was talking about.
So let's see. I see 2 places for yellow 1-9 in the box.
And the other one is green 3-7.
Ah, there's the green 3-7 I was missing. Yes. Okay, yes. So yeah, so those are a yellow 1-9 and a green 3-7. Because there's
That's
a
not yellow
green,
one.
there's both of the, yeah, but all of those, yeah. So there's only
Ah.
2 spots where you can put both of them. So those are a 1-9 and a 3-7. Okay, and so the thing is, you have to be at least 3 away from both yellow 1-9 and green 3-7. What can you be? So at least 3 away from green 3-7 is going to push you all the way into yellow. So this cell is yellow for sure. But still be 3 away from yellow 1-9. You need to be yellow 4-6.
Yep.
And so that lets us color the 4-6s in the box. Green 3-7. Yeah, okay.
I have to say, Glum Hippo was also very, very lovely to work with. He did express a bit of dubiousness that this rule set would make a nice puzzle, but then it turns out that it made a fabulous puzzle.
Green 2-8 is on the black dot now, I see. This has been a very fabulous puzzle. So that's from 1-2-4-8 is the point.
Can it have a 1 on it?
I was just trying to decide whether it could really have a 1 on it. It would make green low.
No, look.
Ah, right. Green would need to have 1. So yeah, so in fact, it always has a 4 on it. Ah, and therefore yellow is high because the yellow 4-6 looks at both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Ta-da! Very nice.
So then this must be a green 2-4.
And yep.
The other way to, well, never mind. I was going to point out that you do have a 4-6 pair in row 8 already.
Ah. So that's green 2, that's green 4.
And it was fun setting a whispers puzzle where we were able to resolve high-low before the very end. And it's still interesting from here on out.
Those are 6.
Bye, Hippo.
Losing
Get some rest.
9.
Yellow 2 8s are 8s. Yellow 3 7s are 7s.
That is a 2. 1, 2.
2 3 2
1.
1.
1, 2, 7. One, 4, 2, 3.
And that is a 3 in both of those spots. And that is a yellow 6 or 7. So what is left in row 8? 3 and 9.
And
And 8, I suppose,
8.
disappointingly.
And this isn't 3.
Yep. I was hoping that that was going to only have one option, but sadly not. We're not quite so lucky this time.
Now, where is the 2 in column 1?
Not
Very nice.
here, not here.
Sweet.
Not here, not here. Not here. It's here.
Yep. The old hidden 2.
Thanks to one of those 2-cell lines.
And now 2 is in one of 2 places in box 7, if you want to mark it. And in 2 places in box 6, if you want to mark it.
Box 4?
Box 4, yep, box 4. Close enough.
Funny thing is, I knew which one he meant.
4 is still the other 6, it's true. Row 4, column 8 is either... Oh, no, row 4, column 8 is just yellow. Because it sees every green and it sees a 5 in the box. So it's a yellow 6 or 8 only. Oh, and it's not a 6 because it sees a 6 in the box too. So it's a yellow 8. I don't know that that really helps. I mean, it gets us a triple in the bottom of the box. That can't be that bad, right?
Yes, I also realized
4,
that
9.
I placed the bet cell in a place where it is resolved earlier than I intended, but that's
So
fine.
this C is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this can be a 5, 6, or an 8.
That sounds right.
And it has
Let's fill
to
in the
be...
triple in this row as well. In row 4.
Oh, sure.
You can probably just hit mark. And then the box as well. Aha. And so the point is that can't be 5 or 6 in row 3, column 1. Because those would not be far enough away from the 4, 5, 6. So that is just an 8. So your pencil marking was very wise, Tristan, is the conclusion of this.
Indeed.
It was Nicholas's idea, but
And so
it
that
was
looks down
very
and gives you a
wise.
7. Yeah, and D-Web points out 6 is not even far enough away, so that places the 6. Or the yellow 6, I should call it. So yellow 6 is placed in box 1, which gives you the yellow 7 in the row. So only green 4 and 5 left in row 2. So 5 in one of 2 places. In fact, 5 in 1 place in box 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because 5's not going next to a 4-5.
So what does go next to the 4-5?
It's not a yellow 7.
And
And
it's
it's not
not
a green 4, it's gotta be a
6, so
green
it's a
1.
1.
So that finishes the row.
Needs a yellow 6.
6 looks like, yep. And a 4-7 finishes off box 1. I don't know the order yet, but it's worth filling in. And let's fill in the things that finish off row 1 now, because that's potentially very interesting. So that can't be a 4 for sure. Can't be a 3 either. Actually, neither of those can be 3, because 3 is not far enough away from 4 or 5. So that's just so that just resolves the whole box.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting
Green and a
I'll be right
yellow.
back.
I also will be right back. The dog is complaining. 1 second.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day. I hope you are enjoying Alfonso and Lori, if you've done it. I've watched as many people who have been in chat have been submitting solves of it while we have done this, so that has been interesting. Yeah, Tristan will fill it in when he gets here. I don't have the controls this time, so I get to do that. Hey, FJam.
All right, I am back.
You are back. We do not yet have back the person who can actually enter digits, but there will be digits soon.
There we go.
Yes, microstudy. It was a Scorp solve that got the puzzle rated, so we know how that goes. So 8 is yellow.
We have recovered dog.
And so there is a 9 and then a yellow 8, the green 3, yellow 9. Okay.
We can probably mark.
Yeah, probably.
Like, we have to consider what this can be, but
Yeah, so let's just mark what that can be. And so the point is it can't be it could be a 4 if it went with a 6.
yeah, it'll depend. What have we got?
Well, the 9 is placed in the box, at least. I don't know if it's at all helpful. Probably not at all helpful.
I do think the bet tree would be helpful to resolve now.
You were the one who
ruined
put
me.
it there.
Yes, no, I know. I messed up. I meant to place
So
it
it's a
elsewhere, but that's
it's
where
a
it goes.
3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. You get 3/4 of your wishes, since the betting tree was filled in a little bit early. But
yeah,
grkles will owe you 25% of your wish.
correct.
So that will be 6. Blue 5. A bunch of yellowing to be done.
And a bit of greening here and there.
Here and there, indeed.
That's green. That is
Cyan.
cyan.
Green. Then the rest is yellow. I like this color palette that we have used this time. This has worked well.
Indeed.
This is MicroStudies color palette. I actually recommend it. It's it doesn't have grays, but
Well, clearly you just need to install a second panel for the grays.
Sarah, that is totally fine. As I just want to warn you that there will be some deductions due to fees and international conversions, but your check is in the mail, assuming that it comes out to a positive number.
that's yellow. That's green.
Actually, you now owe grkles $50.
Cyan,
Yes, that is correct.
green, cyan, and yellow.
And the puzzle's
The rest.
complete. Well done.
Yep.
Woohoo! Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. I'm curious what step we missed there in the middle, because we
Yeah,
somewhere we went slightly off, but we got back on track fairly quickly, and it was all very smooth except for the one step where we did something kind of horrible.
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I think it had to do with like figuring out that one of the cells on the 7 line couldn't be a 9 or something like that. I cannot remember. Sadly.
Yeah, I was trying to like see if there was one I could disprove being a 2 or 8, because some of them like couldn't be the same. But as it turns out, almost all of them were the same. So my efforts to prove that you couldn't make both of them the same did not end well, since they were in the final solution.
I think it had to do with rolling 1 9 out of the 2 cells that are 8 on there.
That sounds like it would do it.
Yeah, but I can't remember how we did that. So, but yeah, this was a really cool puzzle. I was happy with how it turned out.
Yes, very excellent. Well, thank you for joining us. Do you want to explain about your Patreon and give a plug, and Tristan can put a link to it in the chat?
Certainly. So yes, I have a Patreon where I post puzzles. It's been on a hiatus for a bit, but it will be resuming today. So I post puzzles.
Good timing.
Yeah, every
was it Sudoku villain?
The Sudoku supervillain.
Sudoku supervillain.
And I do try to make most of the puzzles that I post on there not super villainous, but you know, you never know. And I also post solve videos and videos where I talk about the setting process for those puzzles as well. So yeah, check it out if you like. And thanks for having me on. This has been delightful.
Yes, absolutely. The disappointed dragon didn't get that disappointed.
Yeah,
it seemed like.
That's true. I do hang out in VC1 and post memes and solve and set puzzles on stream there.
Usually I have typed 1 character in VC1 by the time grkles has seen that I am typing and typed hi Zeta, is my experience for
yes. That is
and then
true.
Quite often I have typed the character by accident, and I wasn't actually intending to say anything, but grkles has already spotted it.
Yeah, we had great puzzles today.
Definitely the gargoyle of VC1 watching over it.
That's correct.
Yes, we did some very cool stuff today.
Yeah, 5 puzzles in.
Yeah, 5 puzzles, pretty good.
I really enjoyed this chaos construction.
Yeah,
yes, that was very neat.
I hope that there are some more star sums puzzles in the future.
I think it's a rule set that would work very well with any sort of like deconstruction that will let you have a larger grid.
Yes,
like
also true.
Like an 11 by 11 deconstruction with it of some sort would I think be really natural to combine with that idea.
I did not carry through my coloring in this grid.
It's true.
That's true.
It is shameful,
and I think
alas.
partly that's because all of the colors got resolved really quickly.
That's true. Yeah. I really thought it was going to last a lot longer than it did when I was sort of eyeballing the puzzle and seeing that there were going to be these 8 9s everywhere.
Yeah, but yeah, the first, several boxes get resolved entirely pretty quickly.
Well, thank you for joining us, everyone.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
thank you to everyone who supports the channel in whatever way you do. But if you're interested in supporting the channel and you don't currently, you can do that. I mean, even if you do currently, you can do this too. But if you are interested in supporting the channel, you can click the join button down below, and it'll take you through to how to be a YouTube member, which you can do for as little as $5 a month. So
And
we
you
greatly
can,
appreciate that.
and you can
And you
blame
get
me
the
for
Zach emojis.
Yes.
and you can
And the
blame me
green
for
name.
the tier names. Yeah.
Yes, that is true. Yes, grkles is responsible for the names of the tiers of windmill, of fan, windmill, and turbine. So
Yes.
so you
It
can
was my
thank him
terrible
for that.
joke.
Yes, during I think during your guesting on Stream 100, if I recall correctly, but maybe it was before that.
It
I
might have
think
been,
grkles
yeah.
came up with windmill, and I
Yeah, I
extended
suggested
it.
windmills because they're big fans. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
Tristan might have come up with turbine, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
All
anyway,
right.
thank you to everyone who supports the channel, regardless of where you choose to support us. If you support us on Patreon instead, we can't give you the YouTube stuff because YouTube, but we still thank everyone who donates in any way on the splash screen, so you can see those when we sign off. I'd like to give a special thanks to the turbines, the people at the top levels of David, Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you so much. And I will see you
I'll
all
be
next
back.
time.
Yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday with my regular stream. And yeah, regular streams
I'll be back
for
on Friday.
a while now. Yep. All right, take care of yourselves.
Bye, all.
And we'll see
Goodbye.
you soon. Bye for now.